Senate will come to order. Chaplain Dr. Black will lead the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. Eternal God, you are our strength and song. Who is like you, majestic in holiness, gracious in mercy, and wondrous in mighty deeds? Today, give our senators understanding to legislate responsibly, discerning the difference between good and evil, as they seek to govern in a way worthy of your goodness. Guide them by the light of your truth. Lord, infuse them with your perfect peace as they keep their minds on you. May they overcome cynicism with civility, hostility with love, and doubt with faith. Create in them a desire to work harmoniously together. And Lord, be with our military service members in harm's way. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
Will you please join me in the pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You're back again.
Under the previous order, leadership time is reserved, morning business is closed. Under the previous order, Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 6644, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 343, H.R. 6644, an act to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes.
Republican from Iowa, or
Here
Senator
again,
from Iowa.
To remind my colleagues and the nation about a significant day in the history of the Senate. And of course, America's 250th celebration gives us a special opportunity to reflect on events and the people who made a mark of our nation's history. That, of course, would include more than 2,000 Americans who have served in the United States Senate since it first met on March the 4th, 1789. On another occasion, on this very day, 67 years ago, two very distinguished members of this body presided at a special ceremony in the Senate reception room. That Senate reception room is the beautiful space just located just off the floor of this historic chamber. So, on March the 12th, 1959, then Senator John F. Kennedy and then Senate Majority Leader Lyndon B. Johnson unveiled the 5 portraits of senators who were unanimously chosen for their, and I quote, statesmanship and leadership in national thought and constitutional interpretation, end of quote. These 5 senators are known as, quote unquote, famous 5. Henry Clay of Kentucky, Daniel Webster of Massachusetts, John C. Calhoun of South Carolina, Robert La Follette Sr. of Wisconsin, and Robert Taft of Ohio. Now, 2000, which would have been 41 years after the first portraits were unveiled, another historic review took place. The United States Senate approved 2 former senators to join, quote unquote, the famous 5. So on September 14th, 2004, the portraits of Senator Arthur Vandenberg of Michigan and Robert Wagner of New York were unveiled. Now, giving you this history, all I can do is encourage Americans to study these senators who made a mark on U.S. history from just before the Civil War through the Cold War to make America the more perfect union that the Constitution preamble calls us to evolve into, a more perfect union, obviously expressing in 1789 that they knew we were not a perfect union and it would be always an evolving principle for the United States of America. I yield the floor and suggest the absence of the floor.
Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Osterbrooks.
President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I understand that there is a bill at the desk that is due for a second reading.
Leader is correct. The clerk will read the title of the bill for the second time.
S 4064, a bill to provide for a system of regulation of the offer and sale of digital commodities by the Commodity Futures Trading Commission and for other purposes.
Mr. President, in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I would object to further proceeding.
Objection is heard, so the item will be placed on the calendar under Rule 14.
Mr. President, later today, we will finish up the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, the latest piece of legislation in Republicans' affordability agenda. And next week, I will be bringing the Save America Act to the floor, and we'll be having a full and robust debate. So, Mr. President, what is the Save America Act? It is a package of common sense policies, the kind of common sense policies that should get an automatic yes vote from literally every member of this body. At the core of the Save America Act is the requirement that individuals provide proof of citizenship to register to vote and then show an ID when they go to the polls. In other words, it would require Americans to demonstrate that they're eligible to vote and that they are who they say they are when they go to do so. Not to keep using the word common sense, but it's pretty common sense, right? We require photo ID for a whole lot of things in this country for obvious reasons. Getting on a plane, show your official government-issued photo ID. Go to the doctor, same thing. Provide your government-issued photo ID plus your insurance card. Get hired for a new job. Provide your government-issued photo ID when you start. Mr. President, public libraries ask for a photo ID. In New York City, you have to provide some type of photo ID to get a library card. Baltimore, Maryland, same thing. Washington, D.C., again, photo ID. Mr. President, I'll stop with the list of libraries, but I think we can all agree that if you have to show photo ID and prove where you live to get a library card, it's not too much to ask voters to show ID to vote in federal elections. It takes about 10 seconds and protects the security of our elections. Mr. President, Americans overwhelmingly agree that voters should have to show ID at the polls. 83% of Americans, 83% in an August 2025 poll supported requiring photo ID at the polls for all voters. That includes 71% of Democrats, 76% of Black Americans, 77% of Asian Americans, and 82% of Hispanic Americans. It kind of feels like the only Americans not to support voter ID requirements are Democrats here in Congress. That's right. We're expecting continued full-throated opposition to voter ID and the Save America Act from Senate Democrats, as well as more of the unforgivable rhetoric that Democrats have already been engaging in. The Democrat leader has been calling this bill Jim Crow 2.0, a phrase that is not only deeply irresponsible and insulting to those who actually lived through that dark chapter in our history, but also insults the overwhelming majority of Americans, including minorities, who look at voter ID and see nothing more than common sense. In fact, Mr. President, I can really see only two reasons for Democrats opposing this legislation. Either Democrats are just reflexively opposing this proposal because it originated from Republicans, or Democrats believe that there are, in fact, people out there voting illegally and that it's benefiting Democrats. And they want to keep it going. I honestly cannot think of another reason to oppose something so eminently reasonable as requiring people to demonstrate that they're eligible to vote and that they are who they say they are when they go to the polls. Now, Mr. President, I'll have a lot more to say about the Save America Act next week, including about two other common sense measures in the bill that would prevent biological males from competing in women's sports and protect minors from gender transition procedures. Two other things I should note that are supported by the American people. Mr. President, I can't guarantee an outcome on this legislation, but I can guarantee that we are going to put Democrats on the record, that they will be forced to defend their outrageous positions on these issues and explain to the American people why common sense and the Democratic Party have parted ways. Mr. President, Republicans are looking forward to this debate. I look forward to saying much more about the Save America Act in the very near future. Mr. President, I yield the floor and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President,
Democrat leader.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Well, Mr. President, yesterday, for the second time in less than a week, Republicans were given the opportunity to fund TSA and to also fund FEMA, to stand up for our Coast Guard and make sure core DHS operations are funded while negotiations on ICE and Border Patrol continue. And for the second time in less than a week, Republicans said no. Well, we're giving them another opportunity this morning, later this morning, another opportunity to end their blockade at TSA. We're giving Republicans the opportunity to end their blockade of FEMA. We're giving Republicans the opportunity to end their blockade at CISA and to end their blockade at Coast Guard and much else. The bottom line is very simple. It's easy. You don't have to follow politics very closely to see it. Democrats are ready to fund TSA. Republicans are blocking it. Democrats are ready to fund CISA. Republicans are blocking it. Democrats are ready to fund FEMA and Coast Guard and most of DHS operations. We will give Republicans a chance to say yes. We all know that we do not have agreement on how to deal with ICE. We know very simply that Democrats just want ICE to behave like any police department in America and use warrants and not wear masks. But we don't have to tie that disagreement up and use people at the airports and American citizens as hostages and say, we're not going to fund FEMA, we're not going to fund ICE, we're not going to fund TSA unless you give in to our unreasonable and unpopular demands on reforming ICE. So we're going to offer these bills one at a time and see where our Republican colleagues go. We know the American people are on our side. We know that the only thing Republicans need to do is stay out of the way, and these programs will be funded today, and problems at the airports will go away.
Democrat leader yield.
I will.
So I assume the Democrat leader is aware of the fact that we have tried repeatedly to fund everything temporarily to allow the negotiations over the ICE budget to continue.
I am well aware, but that hasn't worked. What can work
And the reason
is
that
stop.
hasn't,
No,
the reason that
I am
hasn't
not
worked
yielding back.
is because the Democrats have blocked it.
Yeah, the bottom line is Democrats are ready today. America, watch. We will have members on the floor saying, let's fund TSA with no other preconditions. What will Republicans do? They're going to see Republicans get up and block it. It's that simple. Now, my friend, sometimes, much of the time, my friend, the Republican leader, says, well, you'll only do it if you go along with what we want on ICE and what we want on Border Patrol. Highly unpopular and wrong. So who's standing in the way? America, look at it. We're not putting any preconditions on funding TSA. The Republicans are. And why?
Mr. President,
Because
if the
I will
Democrat
not
leader
yield.
would yield for a question.
No, in a minute. Why? Because Republicans are in obeisance to Donald Trump's insistence on having these marauding forces of ICE go through our cities. We saw what they did in Minneapolis. We saw what they did in Los Angeles. We saw what they did in other places. Americans don't like it. Trump's numbers have suffered. And so it's simple. Don't attach preconditions. Fund TSA. Fund CISA. You'll have that opportunity in a few hours. And if you get up and block it and say, we'll only do it unless, Americans will know who's to blame. I yield.
Well, I would just say again to the Democrat leader that the Democrats have had multiple opportunities, and we'll have another one today, to provide funding for all of the agencies that he just mentioned to allow us to consider, under the continuing resolution, to allow us to consider how we're going to resolve the DHS issues that the Democrat leader has raised, which are being negotiated, I might add, at the moment between Democrats and Republicans in the White House. So there will be an attempt. The Democrats will have an opportunity to block, as they have now repeatedly. A continuing resolution would fund all the agencies to which you just alluded, and allow us more time to negotiate. So those agencies could be funded if the
Would my
Democrats
colleague
block
yield
it.
for a question? Will he support, without any Republican blocking it, a straight motion to just deal with TSA and get it funded while we're trying to work out these negotiations? Will he support that? No ands, ifs, or buts, no preconditions, no keep negotiating on ICE, but just get it done. Will he support that?
I would support a resolution which will be offered to fund not just TSA, but Coast Guard, cybersecurity, CISA, FEMA, other agencies and departments of our government that are essential not only to national security and homeland security, but to making sure that people can move through our airports in this country, that the FEMA, Federal Emergency Management Agency, has the ability to respond to disasters. Those are things, Mr. President, to my friend, the Democrat leader, could all be funded today, and then we can continue this discussion that he wants to have, which again, there has been offers made repeatedly, the most recent of which was about 13 days ago, I think, from the White House, and the Democrats have yet to respond to it.
Reclaiming my time, I rest my case. What the leader is saying is he will only fund TSA if we will continue to fund for a short time, for a long time, ICE and Border Patrol, which he knows is gridlocked, which he knows we don't agree with. And so it's clear. He's made it clear. Just fund TSA. That's it. He has a lot of rigmarole attached, funding TSA, but do this, but do that, but do this. Can't win the argument, leader. It's simple. We're being clear. We're being concise. So the question is very simple. I say to my Republican friends, support the legislation that's coming on the floor today. And if you do, TSA is funded like that. Every Democrat is for it. My guess is half to three-quarters of the Republicans are wishing they'd be for it, but their leadership is insisting on attaching preconditions on ICE negotiations and Border Patrol negotiations. So all I say to my Republican colleagues, stop the speeches that you care about TSA. Don't talk the talk, walk the walk. Let the legislation that we are proposing go forward without blocking it, and TSA will be back to work. Our lines at the airports will go. And then we will have a legislation on CISA. Don't talk to us about the need for safety and then block legislation that allows CISA to go through. That's hypocrisy. Just let it go through. And I know that our Republican leadership knows that we have the high ground here, knows that the people are on our side. And why do Republicans do this? Why won't they budge to give an inch on ICE, which is highly unpopular, and even the president has said hasn't done things right? That's the mystery, but it's probably because some in the right wing insist. And we know that the hard right runs this party, and that's why they're doing so poorly with the American people right now. That's why we Democrats are on the ascent, because we're with the American people. The American people say fund ICE, fund TSA now. And you can debate ICE. There's been a debate on ICE. We believe we're right. We believe something as simple as warrants should be used by ICE when you bust into someone's house. We believe simply that ICE agents should not be masked when every police department and sheriff's department is identified. And the American people are with us. But we don't even have to debate that today, because what Republicans are doing is insisting that we don't change a thing about ICE before we move forward on TSA. That's wrong. That's using the American people as hostages, and we're not going to do it. And I remind my Republican colleagues, we're going to be back here again and again, winning this debate and eventually winning the American people, which will say to you folks on the Republican side, you better stop this blockade of TSA, of CISA, of FEMA, and of the Coast Guard. You better stop using them as hostages till you get your way on ICE and on CPB, where you're out of touch with the American people. I yield the floor. Oh, no, I don't yield the floor. I have a few other subjects I might like to touch on. There's so much to talk about. Donald Trump and the Republicans are screwing up America in so many ways. So let's talk about Iran for a minute. Donald Trump, on Iran, as the war on Iran continues, Donald Trump does what he usually does. He lies. He's lying to the American people. According to public reporting, preliminary intelligence reports suggest tragically that American operations may have been involved, unfortunately, in this horrible missile strike on the all-girls elementary school in Iran on the first day of the war. And when Donald Trump was asked about those reports, what did he say? He said, "Well, I don't know about that." That's ridiculous, and it's an obvious lie. Donald Trump's the commander-in-chief, and he expects us to believe that he has no clue about intelligence regarding a horrific attack on a school several days after it occurred. The vast majority of Americans obviously won't believe Donald Trump. They know he's an inveterate liar. He lies daily. They will know when he says he didn't know about this report. Of course he did. But there might be a handful of Americans who still might believe the guy, that don't understand that he's an inveterate liar. And so think about that. He is saying he had zero clue about a basic intelligence report regarding this strike. If he didn't know about it 2 or 3 days later when all of America did, and he's not lying, which I believe he is, then what chaos? What's going on in this administration? The commander-in-chief on something that affects policy while we're at war says he doesn't know about it? That talks about the chaos and confusion that have taken over this administration. The idea that something is all jumbled up in the White House, that there's no information flow to the president on something so important. So either Donald Trump is lying when he says he knows nothing about the school bombing intelligence findings, he gets these reports every day, or he's dangerously uninformed, which says his staff is really screwed up. Equally unacceptable is Donald Trump's apparent miscalculation when it comes to the Strait of Hormuz. In the early days of this war, Donald Trump bragged that victory would come easily. We're going to win shortly, no time, no problem. But now, after the United States has damaged so much of Iran's infrastructure, the new radical supreme leader is focusing on the one point of leverage Iran has always had over the world economy, the Strait of Hormuz. A few moments ago, in his first public comments as Supreme Leader, Khamenei, who's even worse than Khomeini, than his predecessor, his father, said Iran will continue to block the Strait of Hormuz. Freeing it could potentially, America, require boots on the ground. How did Donald Trump not see this coming? How did his planners not see this coming? This is the one bit of leverage Iran has. Of course we knew they were going to use it. They've used it in the past. A college student with a basic understanding of geopolitics could tell you that Iran's greatest leverage is this narrow passage through which a huge share of the world's oil must travel. And now, 13 days after we're into the war, I believe it is 13 days, the administration is scrambling to contain the damage and deal with rising oil prices. And Trump, Donald Trump, just by saying, oh, the war's going to end soon, you're not going to fix the shortage of oil or fertilizer or other products in America. As I said for days, after I said for days that he should, Donald Trump finally announced he's tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Should have done it sooner. But in any case, even this decision was marred by chaos and confusion. It caught our allies completely off guard, because for days it seemed Trump would hold back. There's such disorganization and chaos when we're in a war. Can't afford chaos in a war. I don't know of any other time America went to war and things were so chaotic. There is not a single strategic decision that Trump has made in this war that was not born from chaos, confusion, misinformation, and lies. And there is nobody up there in the White House around him willing to stand up and tell him when he was wrong. In his first term, Trump had Kelly, Trump had Mattis, people who had courage, who had backbones, who had military backgrounds, and they told him the truth. He eventually fired them for telling the truth, but they told him the truth. Where is the truth teller now? No one's there, and America is paying the price, unfortunately, in lives, and the eight brave troops we lost, in fortune. They said the first 2 days of the first week of the war cost $11 billion. We could fix a lot of health care with that $11 billion. and in strength. This has gone too far, with too much chaos, too little thought, and it's hurting America. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Majority Whip.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I come to the floor this morning having just listened to the minority leader talk about the Department of Homeland Security, which the Democrats once again refuse to fund. How can the minority leader from New York have forgotten about why we have a Department of Homeland Security in the first place? It was set up after 9/11, after the Twin Towers were hit, so that it could never happen again. And yet to sit here and listen to him talk about this component of it or that component, this was a program fundamentally set in place to protect our nation and our citizens from the terror that was rained upon us on 9/11. That's why the entire department was brought together and funded. And now we hear the minority leader, well, he wants to peel off this part and that part and take the department apart as we're trying to protect the country. And he said something about what the American people are wondering. What the American people are wondering today is why the Democrat Party continues to stand up for illegal immigrant criminals against law-abiding citizens. That's what I hear about in Wyoming. Why in the world are Democrats wanting to stand up for illegal immigrant criminals and not hardworking American citizens? So for the last 27 days, the Democrats have shut down the entire Department of Homeland Security, lock, stock, and barrel. TSA agents are missing their paychecks. Our nation's infrastructure is more vulnerable to cyber attacks. There have been 2 attacks by terrorist sympathizers in the last 2 weeks. The minority leader, you listen to his comments, completely out of touch with the American people and what people are worried about all across this country. And there they go again. Here we have it. Less than 5 months ago, Democrats shut down the entire government. Government stayed shut for 43 days. Now we've gotten most of the government funded, but they continue to shut down the Department of Homeland Security for one reason and one reason only, because they want to protect illegal immigrant criminals. Listen to what he's saying. Will you listen to the comments by the minority leader? He wants to stand side by side with illegal immigrant criminals, not with the American people. Democrats want to defund law enforcement. They want to abolish ICE. They want to turn our nation into a sanctuary nation. Yesterday, once again, Democrats blocked Republican efforts to reopen the Department of Homeland Security. Now, the White House and Senate Republicans have made offer after offer. We negotiated in good faith. Democrats in the Senate have not. What we are doing here is critical. It's critical to the safety and the security of our nation. This is what we're doing. We're trying to fund the American Department of Homeland Security. And when this was set up after the 9/11 attacks and the terrorism, what did they want to include in that? TSA, the Coast Guard, Secret Service, America's cyber defenses. It is the department that stops smugglers, drug traffickers, human traffickers. The Department of Homeland Security was created to protect us as a nation. And since 9/11 of 2001, this department has been on the front lines in the fight against terrorism and securing the border. That's the part the Democrats hate. They want an open border. They want people to come in indiscriminately from all around the world. And Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed it, with over 10 million illegal immigrants coming into this country in the 4 years of the Biden administration. The people that work for the Department of Homeland Security, they are the silent heroes of the nation. They're the ones engaged in the battle to keep our communities safe and secure. They shouldn't be forced to miss their paychecks because Democrats continue to choose to play politics. Right now, 50,000 TSA agents all around the country are missing their paycheck. Third time in 6 months, Democrats have forced the TSA agents to work without getting paid. A veteran TSA officer in Phoenix, Arizona was very clear. He said, "We're fed up. We've had enough." And I believe he's right. All Americans are fed up and have had enough of this political posturing and game playing by the Democrats. A CBS News report this week explains what's happening. Absences by TSA agents have doubled since February 14th when the Democrat-caused shutdown began. More than 300 TSA agents have left the job entirely, and lines at airports continue to grow. In some airports, the lines stretch out of the terminal into the parking lot. Spring break travel is picking up all around the country. Families are paying the price. It's the price of Democrats' political obstruction. Mr. President, it's the same and concerning story with regard to the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. This is the agency put in place after 9/11 under the Department of Homeland Security, the entire department that protects our nation's critical infrastructure. And that includes our energy infrastructure. Since the Democrat shutdown began last month, only 1 in 3 staffers at the agency are working. Why? Because the others have been furloughed because of the Democrat-caused shutdown. And those who are still on the job are working without pay. America is continually under attack in the cyber world, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's energy, banking, financial institutions, water, utilities, and our military. After the strikes in Iran, the pace of cyber attacks against us accelerated. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps made their intentions clear. They said, quote, "Americans will no longer have security anywhere in the world, even in their own homes." Imagine the damage that Iran could do if they hacked our critical infrastructure, because they're trying, but because of the Democrat shutdown, and we just heard the minority leader talk about it, the shutdown's continuing, he's saying. Because of that, vulnerability scans are on pause. That shouldn't happen. We need to get these open and running. Protective guidance for our critical networks is not being issued. We need that. Democrats don't seem to care because they want to protect illegal immigrant criminals. And we just heard it from the minority leader of the United States Senate, the senator from New York, who ought to be more concerned than anybody about threats to our nation. Our energy grids, our hospitals, our state and local governments, they are all more exposed. And it's not a question of if the Democrat shutdown is hurting the American people. It is a matter of public record. Democrats are each and every day endangering Americans on the ground, in the skies, and even in cyberspace. The American people expect their government to take our nation's security seriously. Democrats don't seem to be thinking that way at all. The American people expect Congress to fund the agencies that keep them safe, not that keep safe illegal immigrant criminals. And that's what we heard from the minority leader, what we could do differently to protect illegal immigrant criminals, not protect the American people. The American people expect us to pay the people who protect us, who protect our airports, who protect our borders, who protect our networks, who protect our communities. That's what the American people want. They expect us to confront the threats at home and abroad and do it with urgency. Mr. President, the Department of Homeland Security must be funded fully and immediately, and I'm tired of excuses from the Democrats, because that's all they are, excuses. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Arizona.
Mr. President, 12 days ago, Donald Trump took us to war against Iran. Since then, 7 American service members have been killed and 140 more have been wounded. Instead of protecting our troops, Trump is making it easier for enemies to kill them. None of us are mourning Ayatollah Khamenei. The moment this war started, oil prices spiked. Anyone who has looked at a map knows that a war in the Middle East affects oil prices. It has happened every single time. But apparently, no one at the White House looked at the map. So now, American families who are already struggling to put food on the table are paying 20% more for gas because of Trump's war. The administration's response to the crisis they created is to back off sanctions on Russian oil. So American families are hurting while Trump is making more money from Vladimir Putin. The administration has given Russia a lifeline just as they needed it. U.S. officials confirmed last week that Russia is sharing intelligence with Iran to help target U.S. service members. Russia is telling Iran where our troops are and where the military assets are. Just think about that. Russia's giving Iran a map to find and kill Americans, and in our response, we're going to allow them to sell their oil to other countries to fund their war machines. All while Steve Witkoff, the president's envoy, is happy to take Putin, a professionally trained liar, at his word when he says they aren't sharing intel with Iran. We started a war with Iran, and we're now rewarding the ones that are helping shoot us. How is this putting America first? How many times do we have to remind this president that Putin is not our friend? This is what happens when the administration starts a war without a plan. They're scrambling to clean up their mess and thinking twice about the consequences. I know the consequences because I lived them. 21 years ago, I was a Marine infantryman in the Al-Anbar province of Western Iraq. Every day, someone was trying to kill us. I lost a lot of best friends there. And that's why I'm standing together with you here today. Because I know what happens when we send soldiers into harm's way without thinking through what comes next and what we're asking these kids to do. And I know the people who pay for wars are never the politicians who started them. It's the American people, the kids from working class neighborhoods who enlisted and their families. What this administration did was not just wrong, it was illegal. In 2017, Congress passed the Countering America's Adversaries Through Sanctions Act, signed by Trump himself, requiring the White House to notify Congress before making any significant change to U.S. policy towards Russia. We passed that law because we understood that decisions of this magnitude, decisions that touch our national security and affect the safety of our troops, require transparency and accountability. They require someone to be able to look at the American people in the eye and explain themselves. But this administration did not notify Congress. Apparently, this administration doesn't think it owes anyone any explanation. They don't think they owe the troops they're putting in danger any explanation at all. And they don't think they owe the families of the 7 Americans who are not coming home an explanation. They're making it up as they go and asking Americans to pay for it with their lives. If this administration wants to bring gas prices down, stop the war. Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate to proceed to consideration of my resolution at the desk. Further, the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Majority Whip?
I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. Chair, reserving the right to object. Sorry. Mr. Chair, I submit my notes for remarks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from South Dakota.
Mr. President, I rise today in support of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act, a bipartisan, bicameral effort to address one of the most pressing challenges facing families across the country, the cost and availability of housing. Housing affordability is not just an issue in major metropolitan areas, it is a challenge in small towns, farming communities, and rural counties across America. In my home state of South Dakota, communities are growing, but the housing supply has not kept pace with demand. Whether it's young families trying to purchase their first home or workers moving into our communities, the shortage of available housing is becoming a serious challenge. I want to thank Chairman Scott and Ranking Member Warren for their leadership in bringing members together and incorporating priorities from both sides of the committee. Their efforts resulted in a strong consensus-driven package that addresses housing challenges in both rural and urban areas. We'll be voting final passage on that act yet this afternoon. I'm proud that several provisions I've authored are included in this legislation, each focused on cutting unnecessary red tape modernizing outdated federal programs and giving state and local partners the flexibility they need to address housing challenges on the ground. First, the bill includes the Rural Housing Service Reform Act that I introduced with Senator Smith from Minnesota. Senator Smith has been a great partner as we develop this legislation over the past several years, working together to address the unique housing challenges facing rural communities across the country. This bill provides the first comprehensive update to USDA's rural housing programs in more than a decade. Across rural America, thousands of affordable housing units financed through USDA's Section 515 program are reaching the end of their mortgage terms. When these mortgages mature, the rental assistance which is tied to them often disappears. That means that rents can increase sharply or properties can leave the program entirely. Without congressional action, up to 400,000 Americans nationwide could face rent increases or displacement as these mortgages mature. The impact will fall hardest on the Midwest and the South, regions that serve as the backbone of American ag, manufacturing, and energy production. We are already seeing the effects. Since 2016, more than 900 properties with over 20,000 units have left USDA's multifamily housing program. On average, about 80 properties per year will mature through 2028. After that, the pace accelerates dramatically with hundreds of properties expected to mature each year in the following decade. Now, in rural housing markets, once these units disappear, they are almost never replaced. Many rural counties already face vacancy rates below 1%, and in more than half of rural counties across the country, there is little or no new housing construction at all. The Rural Housing Service Reform Act addresses this challenge directly. It allows rental assistance to be decoupled from expiring mortgages, preserving the affordability for the families who rely on these homes. It also modernizes USDA housing programs by aligning income calculations with HUD standards, streamlining loan approval and foreclosure processes, upgrading outdated information technology systems, and expanding eligibility for loan guarantees to include properties with a small additional home on the property and in-home daycare services. These are practical reforms that strengthen the rural housing safety net while helping communities maintain a stable workforce and local economy. The bill also incorporates two additional pieces of legislation I introduced with Senator Kim to streamline housing development to bring new units online faster. The Unlocking Housing Supply through Streamlined and Modernized Review Act modernizes the environmental review process under the National Environmental Policy Act for HUD-funded housing projects. And the Build Housing Act strengthens coordination between HUD and state and local units of government by expanding the ability of the local partners to participate in environmental review and developmental processes. These reforms address a simple but persistent problem. Too often, housing projects face duplicative or overlapping review processes that delay construction without improving outcomes. By aligning federal standards and allowing greater collaboration with state and local partners, these provisions will help moving housing projects forward more efficiently. We're cutting red tape. Taken together, these reforms represent a common sense approach to housing policy. They do not rely on sweeping new federal mandates. Instead, they focus on removing barriers, modernizing outdated systems, and empowering the communities closest to the problem. For states like South Dakota, these changes matter. Housing shortages in rural communities can affect everything from workforce recruitment to economic development. Employers across the state, from schools to healthcare providers to ag businesses, regularly tell me that housing availability is one of the biggest obstacles to expanding their workforce and building their businesses. When workers cannot find a place to live, communities struggle to grow and local economies suffer. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act takes meaningful steps toward addressing these challenges. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation and help put our nation on a stronger path toward expanding housing opportunities for families in South Dakota and across the country. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. President. It has now been 26 days since Homeland Security has been funded, and 51 days since the Democrats have announced their intention not to fund the Department of Homeland Security. The Democrats want the Department of Homeland Security to be closed. How do I know that they want it to be closed? Well, it's because the Democrats are refusing even to talk to Republicans about what sort of deal we may be able to do to get the funding for the Department of Homeland Security. Just this past weekend, my freshman colleague from Alabama, who sits on the Appropriations Committee and has the subcommittee that oversees the Department of Homeland Security, offered the ranking Democrat on appropriations a meeting with our Republican leader, a meeting with the appropriations chair, the esteemed senator from Maine, and the White House. And the ranking Democrat refused to even meet, much less negotiate. Republicans want the Department of Homeland Security open. Democrats want to keep it shut down. Democrats are playing politics with our national security and the safety of Americans and people in my home state of Nebraska. The Department of Homeland Security is funded to pay, for example, our Coast Guard. In recent days, our Coast Guard in the Gulf of America just intercepted a shipment of marijuana and cocaine worth about $1.3 million. That's what the Coast Guard does. Keeps us safe from illegal drugs coming into our country. And yet they go unpaid. In fact, a Nebraskan called into my office. His son and daughter-in-law in the Coast Guard are deployed right now in Bahrain. They are risking their lives for us. They are risking their lives to keep us safe. And the Democrats won't pay them. Or let's take our TSA agents that handle the security for 1 billion travelers in the United States every year. They too are working without pay because the Democrats will not fund the Department of Homeland Security. TSA agents process about 2.5 million people every day going through our airports to keep us safe. And the Democrats won't pay them. I stood here not long ago, sadly, talking about our air traffic controllers. I read letters from them and how the government shutdown that Chuck Schumer led the Democrats on just a short while ago put pressure on their families. Many of those air traffic controllers were veterans. The minority leader led the Democrats on the longest shutdown in American history. Does nobody remember that? What it did to the families? And yet the Democrats are doing the same thing again now in the Department of Homeland Security. The agency that is assigned to keep us safe from the standpoint of cybersecurity, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, has furloughed 1,200 of their 2,000 people. Only 800 people are working right now, putting us at risk. We have a conflict in the Middle East right now with Iran, the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. That country that regularly chants death to America. We know that Iran has plotted assassinations of our president, other officials, and dissidents here on our own very soil. And yet the Democrats are not willing to fund the agency that is meant to help keep us safe. Again, they are playing politics with our national security and our safety. There is common ground we can come to be able to get the Department of Homeland Security open. But if the Democrats refuse to even meet with Republicans to discuss this, the only conclusion I can draw is that they don't want the Department of Homeland Security open. And so they put all of us at risk, including my fellow Nebraskans. Democrats must come to the table to meet. We must reopen the Department of Homeland Security. We must pay our heroes in the Coast Guard, TSA, Secret Service, CISA. All these people who are working right now to keep us safe are keeping us safe during this conflict in the Middle East with the largest state sponsor of terrorism. The least the Democrats can do is agree to meet with leadership and have a conversation. This must end. Democrats must talk. Mr. President, I yield my time. Thank you.
President,
Minority Whip?
are we in a quorum call?
We're not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the sweeping surveillance powers authorized under Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, known as FISA, expire in just 40 days. Section 702 grew out of a secret, warrantless surveillance program conducted by the Bush administration after 9/11. When this illegal spying program was finally discovered, Congress enacted 702 as a temporary measure. Temporary measure. Like so many expansive government powers that are adopted during times of emergency, this authority has now become a fixture of our surveillance architecture. When it comes to collecting intelligence on foreigners located abroad, the value of this tool is not in serious dispute. But there's a fatal flaw at the core of Section 702. This authority is also used for warrantless spying on innocent Americans. Americans' private email, phone calls, and text messages with friends, family, colleagues, business, and any number of other contacts around the world, excuse me, are swept up under Section 702. The government then searches these private communications, protected by the Fourth Amendment, I might add, without a warrant or other court order. Congress has repeatedly failed to fix this in-run around the Constitution. As a result, for years, the intelligence community has abused Section 702 to spy on business and religious leaders, political parties, campaign donors, journalists, and protesters across the political spectrum. In passing the Reforming Intelligence and Securing America Act in April 2024, Congress codified new reforms intended to rein in these abuses. These measures have substantially reduced the number of unlawful searches, but Congress failed to require a warrant for searching American communications, once again leaving the fox guarding the henhouse. At the same time, Congress greatly expanded 702 to include counter-narcotics and immigration vetting, and conscripted a shocking array of American businesses into Section 702 spying. Congress has a responsibility to protect our national security and the privacy and civil liberties of Americans. That's why Senator Lee, Republican of Utah, and I have introduced the SAFE Act, a bipartisan bill that would reauthorize 702 with common sense reforms to protect our privacy as individuals. Our bill preserves the core value of 702 as a foreign intelligence collection tool, while preventing the government from using it to target the constitutionally protected communications of Americans unless they get court approval. Our warrant requirement takes legitimate operational and security needs into account so that it won't be unduly burdensome or impede any action in an emergency. There's an exception for emergency. What it would do is stop the government from accessing the private communications of Americans without a proper basis under the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. Such a simple requirement to comply with the Constitution should have been included in Section 702 from the outset. The SAFE Act would also prevent government agencies like ICE, Customs and Border Patrol, and the FBI and others from skirting the Fourth Amendment to obtain America's sensitive information and other personal details from data brokers. ICE is using this data to track U.S. citizens exercising their First Amendment right to protest, which should concern senators on both sides of the aisle. If the FBI wants to track someone's phone, obtain their location information, or access their Google search history, the agency should be required to get a judicial warrant. Instead, government agencies are exploiting gaps in our outdated laws to buy our sensitive information from data brokers. It's a loophole Congress must address. Our bill, my bill with Senator Lee, does that. Once again, however, those who want to avoid real reforms are urging Congress to just reauthorize Section 702 without addressing this issue. When Congress extended 702 in 2024, the argument was we needed more time. So Congress reauthorized Section 702 for just 2 years to see how the existing compliance measures were working. Later, they said we need more time. Let's see how the reforms are working. And now here we are, 2 years later, and the opponents of real reform are saying exactly the same thing. Just give us more time. We've been hearing these same excuses for over 20 years. It's time to stop avoiding the issue and to protect America's constitutional rights once and for all. Not later, not next time. In 2024, the last time Section 02 was up for reauthorization, I chaired the Senate Judiciary Committee, which had jurisdiction over FISA. I held a public hearing more than 6 months before the authority expired, so members could ask the Biden administration how they were using Section 702. Now the Trump administration refuses to testify publicly about how they're using this power. Enough is enough. There's no excuse for ramming through an extension of 702 at the last minute without regular order and without common sense and in violation of the Constitution. The American people deserve better from their representatives. We can and we should protect the American people from threats to their security and threats to their civil liberties. I yield the floor.
Ms. Halsey Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator of South Carolina.
thank you, sir. I ask for unanimous consent to suspend the quorum call.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the issue of housing, it's not a Republican issue or a Democrat issue. It's an issue about helping moms like the one that raised me, the amazing woman that she was, become a homeowner. I grew up in rental property. My first home that I remember was the one that my grandparents were renting, a little 700 square foot place where me, my mother, and my brother shared a bedroom and a bed. Our experience was one that was filled with tragedy and challenges and a lack of resources. But the one resource we had a lot of was love and hope. The legislative process today gives us an opportunity to restore hope for so many people who want to just experience their version of the American dream, which is so consistently homeownership. I am so thankful that back in those days when I was growing up, there was a group of legislators back in the late 70s and early 80s who created a program to the USDA that allowed my mom to become a first-time home buyer at 38 years old. But today, the average age of a first-time home buyer is 40 years old before you ever experience the American dream. That age is too old, and we as a legislative body can do now what a legislative body did then. Create opportunities, restore hope, and let young people experience for the first time the American dream, the dream of homeownership. I am so thankful that so far, so good, but we must finish the task today. We can do what so many folks failed to do in this legislative body for the last few decades. Not few years, but few decades. That is, pass consequential legislation that makes it easier to become a homeowner for those who are ready for that part of their journey. I urge this body to vote yes on this bill, and let's create more homeowners at an earlier age. The age of affordability is now, and the solution to affordability is, in fact, us. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this bill, and let's get the ball moving. Thank you, Mr. President.
Under the previous order, all post-closure time has expired. The clerk will read the title of the bill as amended for the third time.
Calendar number 343, H.R. 6644, an act to increase the supply of housing in America and for other purposes.
The question occurs on passage of the bill as amended. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Capito, Cornyn, Crapo, Curtis, Betterman, Fisher, Gillibrand, Kennedy, Kim, Klobuchar, Lujan, Lummis, Moody, Moreno, Murray, Padilla, Ricketts, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Slotkin, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Bud, Schatz. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Moran, aye. Mrs. Brett, aye. Ms. Smith, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Miss Rosen, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Also Brooks. Aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Gallego, Mr. Gallego. Aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt. Aye. Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Bozeman. Aye. Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Haggerty. Aye. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer. Aye. Mr. Young, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hawley, Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Yeah. Mr. Johnson, no.
The yeas are 89, the nays are 10. The bill as amended is passed.
Mr. President,
Senator from North Carolina.
I ask unanimous consent to resume the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, HR 7147.
Without objection,
Thank you, Mr.
the
President.
clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to calendar 311, HR 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ending September 30, 2026, and further purposes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 4 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you, Mr. President.
President,
The senator from Massachusetts.
thank you, Mr. President, and I want to say congratulations and thank you for your leadership.
Thank you.
That we just passed a housing bill with 89 senators in favor of it. You know, this is a bill about increasing supply, and anybody who wants to try to block this bill is going to have to explain to the American people why they don't want to see us build more housing and have that housing in the hands of homeowners to make that happen. So thank you very much, Mr. President, for all you've done and for your leadership to get us here. You know, our nation is in a full-blown housing crisis. Across rural communities, small towns, suburban neighborhoods, and major cities, home prices are sky high, rent is through the roof, and just last year, the median age of a first-time home buyer hit 40 years old. Housing is the single biggest purchase that most Americans will make in their lifetimes, but it is far more than that. Owning a home means building economic security. It's the #1 retirement plan for families across the country. Pay off your home and live on your Social Security. It helps people have the financing to start small businesses in their communities. And it is the main asset that families can pass down from one generation to the next. Owning a home affects the jobs you can get, the schools your children can attend, and the kind of communities you can live in. But for too long, the federal government has been asleep at the switch while the crisis grows. Hundreds of thousands of families are priced out of homes by private equity. Many state and local governments have too many rules holding back housing construction. Young people cannot buy their first homes. Seniors and veterans are being left behind. Homeownership is out of the reach of too many families, especially Black families. We need to act. And that is why I stand here today in support of the 21st Century Road to Housing Act. This landmark bipartisan bill will help tackle the root cause of this crisis by getting more homes built in every community across this country. It will make sure that families own those homes, not giant corporations looking to jack up the rent and squeeze every nickel of profit they can out of American families. House Republicans should immediately take up this bill and pass it. If they do not, they will have to explain to families across this country in November why they refuse to lower the cost of housing. This is the biggest package of bills to make housing affordable in 30 years. This bill has more than 40 provisions, every single one of which is designed to help increase housing supply and bring down housing costs. Here are just a few of the things this bill will do. It removes regulatory barriers and streamlines environmental reviews to speed up affordable housing development and construction approval processes. It rewards communities that build more housing, and it prods those that are not building to step up and build more. It strengthens the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, and the home programs to get more affordable housing built and to permanently authorize the CDBG Disaster Recovery Program to get more money out to disaster-stricken communities faster. It makes it easier and cheaper to build new manufactured housing by removing the outdated chassis requirements, bringing down the cost of a new unit by up to $10,000. It creates an innovation fund, one that I've been proposing for years, to reward communities that are successfully building more housing with new funding for community infrastructure or even to build more housing. It will make long-needed improvements to rural housing programs to preserve affordable housing for 400,000 rural families. It offers new and streamlined funding opportunities for cities and towns to bolster local infrastructure and to convert abandoned buildings into new housing, for homeowners and landlords to make structural home repairs, and for home builders to finance new manufactured and modular housing. And there's so much more in this bill. This bill supports more housing opportunities for veterans. It takes action to reduce homelessness, and it helps address appraisal bias. And finally, this bill takes a good first step to get single-family homes back into the hands of American families, not corporations. An overwhelming majority of Americans across party lines want to stop private equity from snapping up single-family homes, and this bill does exactly that. It also makes sure that corporate landlords who don't follow the law pay up, and it invests any money they pay in fines into the home program to build more housing and to help first-time home buyers with direct assistance for down payments, closing costs, and interest rate buydowns. The bill does another thing that is very important. It preserves the power of state and local communities to tackle the problem of corporate landlords, making it harder for families to afford rent and to own a home. The 21st Century Road to Housing Act has overwhelming bipartisan support. It includes the vast majority of bipartisan housing provisions that passed the House of Representatives, and the bill has strong support from the White House. Americans have been clear that they want their leaders to focus on lowering costs. There is no excuse to delay this relief. The American people will be watching. I want to say thank you to Senator Tim Scott for his partnership in this historic bill. His leadership made this bill possible, and I am grateful to work with him on an issue that will matter so much to so many families. I also want to note that every single member of the Banking Committee, Republicans and Democrats, added ideas and specific provisions that made it into this bill. I thank them for their thoughtful and creative contributions, and thank them for helping make this a much stronger, better bill. I also want to offer a very special thank you to the local and state officials, including the mayors across Massachusetts and all around the country, who helped shape this bill and then who raised their voices to help get it passed. I also want to thank the advocates who have worked tirelessly to push for more and better housing all across America. So let's get this bill to the House. Let's get it signed into law as quickly as possible. There's no time to spare. Thank you, Mr. President, and I yield the floor.
The senator from Maine is recognized.
Mr. President, I rise to urge my colleagues to end the reckless Democratic shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. This shutdown has caused chaos at our airports, delayed assistance to communities hit by disasters, and forced thousands of essential frontline employees at TSA, at the Coast Guard, at the Cybersecurity Agency to work without any guarantee of when they will be paid. More than 50,000 TSA agents and officers who help keep us safe are currently working without pay, with many forced to find second or new jobs to make ends meet. Some are so discouraged that they have quit. Over the weekend, we saw security lines at some American airports stretch for more than 3 hours as a result of TSA staffing shortages. And what, Mr. President, is the Democratic response? According to one Democratic senator, they are, quote, very serene with what is going on, end quote. How can you be serene, Mr. President, when you have increased the danger to the United States of contraband being smuggled into this country, or a terrorist attack occurring, or illegal substances being smuggled onto our airports? Mr. President, I don't like to be partisan, but the fact is the American people need to know that the Democrats created this chaos when they walked away from the bipartisan, fully negotiated DHS funding bill and then blocked repeated Republican attempts to pass a short-term funding measure to prevent these disruptions that are so harmful both to our country, security, and to the employees while the negotiations continue. They claim that they need meaningful policy changes to support fully funding the department, but their approach to resolving this impasse has been characterized by a lack of urgency and a lack of seriousness. We are nearly a month into the shutdown of this vital department, and today marks 2 weeks of the Senate Democratic leadership sitting on what is a good faith offer from the White House to end the shutdown. Democrats have even rebuffed entreaties from Senate Republican negotiators to meet, to bridge the differences between the two sides, to discuss the White House offer, which, believe me, answers many of the concerns that have been raised without endangering our law enforcement officers. Instead, they put forward a bill that takes the bipartisan measure that we negotiated in January and completely strips the funding for immigration and customs enforcement and customs and border protection. Now, while defunding ICE and CBP may resonate well with far-left activists, it is not a serious public policy solution. I want to take a moment to highlight some of the work that ICE and CBP do, which goes far beyond immigration enforcement and helps to keep our country safe. Mr. President, more than a quarter of ICE's annual appropriated budget is for Homeland Security investigations. They're referred to as HSIs. Now, let me explain what HSIs are. This unit is charged with investigating the illegal movement of people, goods, contraband, weapons, and sensitive technology into, out of, and through the United States. HSI's agents are tasked with combating cartels, human smuggling, child exploitation, forced labor, and investigating international financial crimes. Do we really want to defund those vital investigations, Mr. President? I think not. CBP, too, does far more than just immigration enforcement. It is responsible for facilitating legal trade and travel throughout the United States. It screens goods for drugs and protects U.S. industry through its efforts to detect illegal imports, duty evasions, and counterfeits. Its Office of Trade works to ensure that products made with forced labor are not allowed into our country and that businesses are unable to profit from human trafficking. CBP's air and marine operations patrols our maritime borders. Its agricultural specialists work to prevent the spread of pests and foreign plants being brought into this country. Last Congress, Mr. President, the Democratic leadership of the Homeland Security Appropriations Subcommittee held a hearing, an excellent hearing, entitled Combating Transnational Criminal Organizations and Related Trafficking. The witnesses for that hearing were, not surprisingly, representatives of HSI and CBP. These agencies and their work and the importance of it were highlighted. And I quote the Democratic Appropriations lead, who said they are playing a critical role in interrupting the flow of fentanyl into the United States. That same Democratic senator said proposed cuts to these accounts would be catastrophic to their ability to fight cartels. Now, the other side of the aisle suggests that we defund those exact same efforts. Mr. President, we cannot continue this way. Real challenges are worthy of a serious response, a response that does not harm our country. Today, Republicans are again taking steps to restore funding to the Department of Homeland Security and these critical missions. Shortly, we will have an opportunity to vote on allowing the Senate to debate and amend the Homeland Security appropriations bills. Once on the bill, I believe that we should consider the White House's good faith February 26 offer, which the Democrats have yet to respond to, even though it addresses many of the concerns that they have raised and that many of us have raised. This offer would build on the reforms that were included in the bipartisan funding bill negotiated earlier this year, which included new safeguards to protect the American public and our law enforcement and increased oversight. For example, our bipartisan bill had $20 million, which we added for body-worn cameras. Those cameras help to protect both law enforcement officers and the people with whom they are interacting. But the White House offer would go considerably further by increasing substantially the funding for the body-worn cameras. I don't know why my Democratic colleagues would not see that as great progress. It goes beyond what we had previously negotiated in a completely bipartisan way. There are many other critically important substantive reforms that are included in the White House's offer. But what do we hear from the Democratic leadership? Nothing, nothing in the 2 weeks since the offer was submitted. They won't even sit down and discuss the offer. I just do not understand it. The White House's offer represents a good faith, honest attempt to find reasonable compromises on the differences with our Democratic colleagues. It deserves a good faith, reasonable, honest response. Instead, silence. Mr. President, the stakes are far too high. Democrats, to my Democratic colleagues, please stop playing political games when so much is at stake. Work with us to govern. Let's be responsible. Mr. President, it's time for our Democratic colleagues to get serious. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Senator from Board is recognized.
Mr. President, I'm honored to rise on the Senate floor today to recognize one of Florida's best. Last month, a Martin County man was going about his day when he saw a terrible crash behind him in his rearview mirror. And what he did next was truly remarkable and heroic. The car behind him had crashed into a canal and was sinking underwater. Casey Curtis, who I am told is watching this, didn't hesitate. He jumped into the water, ready to help. And when he got out there, he found 3 young children stuck in the back, screaming for help of that sinking vehicle. And their mother was unconscious behind the wheel. Casey acted quickly. He helped free the kids. He got them to dry land. And then he turned back and went to the driver. He stayed in the water, holding the unconscious woman's head above the water to keep her from drowning until the first responders got there. Because of his courageous efforts, this mother and her 3 children are still alive. The family is still together because he selflessly acted without hesitation and put others' safety ahead of his own. I am so proud to honor him today with a Florida's Finest Award. This is not somebody who dedicated his professional career in law enforcement. He didn't take an oath. He just decided that day he was going to be someone's guardian. And he chose to do what few others would have chosen to do. This award honors Floridians and law enforcement officers who demonstrate selfless courage and go above and beyond to save lives. Casey did not have to do what he did that day, but what he did makes him remarkable, and we are so proud of his efforts. So thank you, Casey, for stepping in, risking your own safety to save a family. You are truly one of Florida's finest. I yield back, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Democrat leader is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. In a few moments, my friend and colleague, the senator from Nevada, will offer a unanimous consent request that is very simple. It funds TSA. No conditions, no ifs, ands, or buts. It just says we are funding TSA. If Republicans want to see our TSA workers get paid, they should not object. It's very simple. We know we need to straighten this out. Many people have different formulas, but plain and simple. You want to fund TSA with no conditions, no preconditions, just yes or no, no ands, ifs, or buts. do not block the resolution. If Republicans block this resolution, we'll know they don't want to fund TSA because this is the simplest, quickest, easiest way to do it. Our colleagues on the other side said, oh no, we don't want to fund it unless we have a compromise or we have a deal on other parts of ICE and CPB. That is holding the TSA agents and the American people hostage. We're not holding any hostages. We're just saying we need to fund TSA. We need to fund it now. No ands, ifs, or buts. No questions asked. No preconditions. The American people will see. The Rosen proposal is simple. If Republicans block it, they're standing in the way of funding TSA now. I yield to my colleague. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The majority whip is
Mr.
recognized.
President, I just hear the minority leader come to the floor of the United States and say what the Democrats want to do is peel apart the Department of Homeland Security, a department that was set up in this nation after the attacks of 9/11, the attacks that struck the home city of the minority leader, took down the Twin Towers. This Department of Homeland Security was set up specifically to protect our nation. Multiple components put together to protect America, the American people. And what are the Democrats doing today? They're coming to the floor to peel it apart and say, oh no, we're not interested in protecting the border. Oh no, we're not interested in making sure illegal immigrant criminals are taken out of the country. No, that's not what they're doing. They're coming and saying, we're going to just take this part or that part. This is a comprehensive plan, the Department of Homeland Security, to protect our nation. That's what we're seeing here today. That's why they're here. Our cybersecurity is under attack. Our people are under attack. Our nation is under attack. And we need to defend ourselves, and we need a full Department of Homeland Security. Not what we're going to see in the next hour is one can, well, no, let's fund this little part. No, let's fund this little part. No, let's fund this little part. As they don't want to fund the Department of Homeland Security. They said, well, hey, the Department of Homeland Security is there to guard our coast. We have the Coast Guard in there. We have FEMA for emergency management of federal problems. We have our cybersecurity, where today 1/3 of those people are working, not getting paid, and 2/3 today, right this very moment, are furloughed. And that seems to be fine with the Democrats. They don't seem to care because they are so committed to the illegal immigrants who are criminals and in this country, let in by Joe Biden and them. Over 10 million flooded into the country during the last 4 years. And they are so beholden and detached to the far left component of this nation that they don't care about everybody else. We've had terrorist attacks right here on the homeland. 2 in the last 2 weeks. And so we're going to stand here, we're going to listen to this little unanimous consent agreement and that one at the time when our homeland is under attack. All warning lights are flashing red, and they want to peel apart, piece by piece, the Department of Homeland Security, the comprehensive department of our government, to protect the American people, because they want to stand with illegal immigrant criminals. Thank you, Mr. President.
Way to go. Senator from Ohio is recognized.
You know, I've only had the honor, and I call it an honor, honestly, an honor to serve as United States Senator for 14 months. Every day when I drive down Pennsylvania, make a left on Constitution, and see the sunrise over the Capitol, I genuinely feel the weight of how important this office is. And I actually have incredible admiration, not for my forefathers. My forefathers came from South America, but for the forefathers of the people who built this country, to think of the wisdom of what our founders envisioned. Our founders created an institution that is genuinely, it gives me chills to think about the genius of what they did. They created a House of Representatives where every 2 years there's an election, there's a lot of friction that goes on, and a simple majority passes a bill. And yet they wanted the Senate to be more deliberative. They wanted to force us, Mr. President, you know, and you personally know how hard it is They wanted to force us to have strong conversations with the opposing party to get to a resolution. They really did. They didn't want it to just be simple majority rule. They wanted to make it really difficult. But what I've experienced over the last 14 months, I got to tell you, is decently disappointing. Because for me, what I think should unite us is what do the American people really want from us? What is it that they want their leaders to do? We've now seen it 3 times in a row this year, where my Democrat colleagues have shut the government down. Now, what does that mean? You hear a lot of speeches. What it means is that if you're a government employee, tomorrow's Friday and it's payday, you're not getting a check. Imagine what that feels like. You're a dad. Imagine what that feels like to have to explain to your kids why you went to work. You did your job. You didn't do anything wrong. And you don't have the money that you need to pay your basic bills. And yet us here in the United States Senate, our paychecks are uninterrupted. We get paid to do our job a lot more, magnitude more money than average Americans make. We'll leave here today and travel to far off places. And yet we'll walk by TSA agents that aren't getting paid. We expect Border Patrol to do their job. We expect Customs to do their job. We expect FEMA to do their job. I have a big Coast Guard presence in Ohio. We need them to do their job. And yet none of them are getting paid. They did nothing wrong. There wasn't a single employee of the Department of Homeland Security who is affected by this, that they personally are the reason this department is funded. So I truly, truly, from the bottom of my heart, ask my Democrat colleagues with all absolutely desire to get a result, is let's spend 2 weeks. And we can start today, by the way. There's no reason for us to go home. I'm willing to start today, like we start right now. And we sit down together. We look at the appropriations bill for the entire Department of Homeland Security, and in good faith, not with political theater, not to score political points, not to be cool on social media, but actually sit in a room and say, let's get this entire department funded. Let's not leave here today and walk by a TSA agent knowing that we are the reason they're not getting paid. That's unacceptable. Let's sit down together over 2 weeks. For 2 weeks, we can do that for 14 days. I'm willing to stay in Washington, D.C. for 14 days and hash out an agreement. We can do it. That's what our voters want. That's why they elected us. They don't want us to be shirts and skins on everything. So, Mr. President, I ask make a very simple motion. I think most Americans would appreciate. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of calendar number 156, H.R. 4553. I further ask that the substitute amendment number 4353 be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended to be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. What that means is that we can fund the employees of the Department of Homeland Security now while we spend 2 weeks working together to get a resolution.
Is there an objection to the motion?
Mr. President,
Senator from Nevada is recognized.
I object. We've had more than 2 weeks. I'm sorry.
She's heard.
Do I need to say something different?
Yep, no, I understand. Look, I understand the political pressures. I really do. We'll see that sometimes appealing to a certain voter bloc is maybe what makes us popular. But I want to read you a quote from the Democrat whip, Deputy Democrat whip, a senior appropriator, by the way, who said, "We are very serene with what's going on. We're very serene with what's going on." You're serene that tonight, A dad, a mom is going to come home and say, can't do that. Can't pay for your dentist recital. Can't pay for your spring break ticket because just didn't get a paycheck. I want you to explain to a 12-year-old child why you're not getting paid. They're going to talk about Senate procedure. They're going to talk about the appropriations process. Look, this is just another effort to distract us from what's going on here. So again, I just urge my Democrat colleague to consider as you think about your own state. Now, by the way, I genuinely believe you deeply care about your state. I hear you talk about it. It is absolutely sincere. You deeply care about your state. Think about those Border Patrol agents that are welcoming visitors from all over the world to Las Vegas. Think about those ICE agents that are arresting criminal aliens, like the one that was just recently arrested. That was a pretty bad guy. Imagine those TSA agents, the Coast Guard, FEMA, cybersecurity. You have a lot of those resources in your state. Can I please ask you for some level of humanity to get this done? Reconsider your objection, and let's fund the Department of Homeland Security TSA agents for 2 weeks. Please, I ask you to do that. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Nevada is recognized.
you know, I appreciate my colleagues, but we've had more than 2 weeks. So where have you been? Where have you been? This is a non-starter. Come to the table. Let's give ICE the same training as local law enforcement, as our FBI. We want ICE agents that are transparent, trained, and accountable, not acting above the law. So now, we're almost a month into the Republican shutdown of Homeland Security. The Republicans control the White House, the House, and the Senate. So let's remember how we got here. Donald Trump and Kristi Noem were so eager to carry out their cruel mass deportation agenda that they actually cut training for ICE officers from 5 months, imagine this, 47 days. Why 47 days? Well, you can't even make this up because it honors Donald Trump, who's the 47th president. So you cut down 500 days to 47 days. What are you thinking about adequate training? By cutting training, increasing recruitment, Trump and Kristi Noem sent thousands of untrained agents with their guns and their badges into communities all across this country. They added deportation quotas for these officers to meet. And Trump and Kristi Noem pushed these untrained officers to round up as many people as they could wherever they could, and that included legal immigrants and American citizens. That's right. Instead of deporting illegal, violent criminals, something we do all agree on, by the way, they went after legal permanent residents, visa holders, law-abiding citizens, with all devastating consequences when we saw 2 of our fellow Americans brutally murdered in Minneapolis. The American people were rightfully horrified and angry, and they demanded accountability, which is exactly what Senate Democrats are pushing for. We proposed a common sense, basic idea that ICE officers, should just be required to follow the same standards that law enforcement, our local law enforcement, all of my colleagues here, your law enforcement have to follow. That's it. Simple. We want ICE officers to wear body cams and roving patrols, use judicial warrants, and to respect people's rights. Should be a no-brainer. Democrats have been ready and willing in good faith to enact these common sense reforms, fund the department, and keep our country safe. And shamefully, our Republican colleagues have refused to pass these reforms. They'd rather see the Homeland Security Department shut down than pass common sense guardrails to hold ICE accountable, rein them in. And as a result, the American people are paying the price. Travelers at our airports seeing longer lines, TSA officers being forced to work without pay. As the senator from Nevada, you're right, I know just how serious this situation is. My state relies heavily on tourism. More than 50 million visitors travel to Nevada every year to attend conventions, visit our beautiful public lands, enjoy live entertainment, sports, and we support hundreds of thousands of hospitality workers. Air travel, the gateway to our economy. So when TSA staffing levels drop because officers aren't getting paid, wait times at airport security checkpoints, they stretch longer and longer. It doesn't just inconvenience travelers. It does undermine security, directly threatens jobs, businesses, and livelihoods across our state. That's why I rise today with a very simple and practical proposal. If we can't move forward funding the entire department, sitting down, negotiating in good faith, which you've had plenty of time to do already, we should be at least able to come together to pay the hardworking staff of one of its most essential components, TSA. Let's not have TSA officers in the middle of this fight. They don't deserve it. We all agree their salaries should be funded, so let's fund it. Let's do it. Today, I'm asking my colleagues to take a simple step. Let's pass my legislation right now, pay the TSA workers so that commercial air travel remains safe and functional. Our TSA agents receive the pay they have earned. I'm introducing this bill today with Commerce Committee Ranking Member Cantwell so that we can finally get our airports moving again. If Republicans are going to insist on shutting down the Department of Homeland Security, they should at the very least join us ensuring that the traveling public does not pay the price. They even implied in their own tweet that they're for funding TSA. So let's see what that's true, because you know what? Tweets are easy. Tweets are easy. Talk is easy. Will they back up what they say with their vote? We're about to find out. So I ask unanimous consent that Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S 4073, submitted earlier today, and that would fund the TSA, and that the bill be considered a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection? Senator from Ohio is recognized.
Reserving the right to object, I just offered to fund the Department of Homeland Security 5 minutes ago. In fact, I said in good faith, we can sit down, have a conversation, and get this thing done. I just did that. And why are we saying TSA agents, who I totally respect, but how about the Border Patrol guys and gals? How about Customs? How about CISA? How about FEMA? How about the Coast Guard? Are we saying we're going to penalize all of them? Why would we do that? Let's fund the whole department. Let's get this over with. In fact, I would even offer, let's fund it until Monday. And that's all, every single United States senator agree to stay here until Monday, until we get this negotiated. And in the meantime, we fund the department. We retroactively pay every single worker. And if that's not acceptable, I'll ask one more, and I'll be the first one to offer it. If the answer is that we leave here today without funding the Department of Homeland Security, every single senator should give their paycheck to a charity of their choice until and retroactively from the beginning of the shutdown, we get this department funded. We should not get paid while government employees who did nothing are not getting paid. And for that reason, I object to that narrow funding of certain people, not others.
The objection is heard. Senator from Kansas is recognized.
Mr. President, every day the Democrats refuse to fund DHS. They choose politics over the safety and security of our nation.
What is it?
Oh.
Senator from Nevada still has the floor.
Thank you.
Sorry. Senator
know
from
what?
Nevada is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. We can fully fund DHS right now, if Washington Republicans just agree to common sense reforms for ICE, the same ones that local law enforcement have. Identify yourself. Wear a body camera. It's good for the agent and for the community. Get full training. Respect our Bill of Rights. We want them to be trained, transparent, and accountable like every other law enforcement officer in this country. And so I find it extremely disappointing that you haven't come to the table for those common sense reforms so far. We can let TSA and other parts of Homeland go and continue to negotiate. And let's remember that the big, beautiful bill gave tens of billions of dollars to ICE. They're not running out of money or any pay anytime soon. I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas is recognized now.
Mr. President, every day the Democrats refuse to fund DHS. They choose politics over the safety and security of our nation. They continue to be the party of open borders and defund the police. And to make it worse, they continue to refuse to meet. I'm sitting here, it's like I'm watching a divorce and two parents fighting over the kids. The Democrats say they want to meet, but they won't meet. The White House sent them an offer 14 days ago. There's been no response. There's been no official response. There's been no communication back to the White House. I know that the chairperson in part of DHS appropriations, that she's reached out multiple times to her counterpart, but they refuse to sit down. The same way with the chairwoman of the appropriations committee. The same thing with our majority whip and our majority leader, that they've reached out through their counterparts and asked to sit down. So someone's lying here, okay? Somebody is lying. I know that our appropriations folks would sit down this afternoon and work this out. I absolutely believe that they could. And that's why in a moment, I'm going to ask that we fund DHS for 2 weeks. That should be the goal. That should be the objective. I will almost guarantee if calm minds get set in the same room and go through their ask on ice, we'll figure something out. But there's no negotiations if the other side won't sit down here. And that's what America needs to know, is that the Democrats refuse to respond to the White House. They refuse to negotiate a person to person. So we're happy to have this debate right here and right now. Mr. President, in a second, I'm going to offer a clean 2-week CR to fully fund DHS. I'm asking we fund DHS for 2 weeks to protect American lives, and then come back and talk, and let's work through our differences. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 156, H.R. 4553. I further ask that the substitute amendment number 4353 be considered and agreed to. The bill is amended, be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from New Jersey is recognized.
I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Again, Mr. President, we've asked to fund DHS for 2 weeks. My colleagues have different ideas on what to do here. But I think that we absolutely owe it to our friends and neighbors back home that our country is less safe today when we don't have DHS funded, that they cooperate to keep us safe. I'm every bit as concerned about sleeper cells waking up today, Iranian sleeper cells waking up today, and carrying out attacks on Americans. I'm every bit as concerned about that as I am for the safety of our own soldiers' lives. So I appreciate the objectors' concerns here and look forward to figuring out a way to get DHS open. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from New Jersey recognized.
Mr. President, I share these concerns about the safety and security of the American people. I spent my career working in national security and counterterrorism, and these are exactly the reasons why we need to make sure that we are taking the steps that we can agree upon. There is no doubt, as we have had debate after debate this week, we know we are far apart still when it comes to immigration, when it comes to that aspect of the Department of Homeland Security. But what the American people know and what every family has to deal with is you also can think through what it is that you do agree on, try to move forward with that, and try to then further focus in on the issues where there are disagreement on. I think that's a very pragmatic idea, pragmatic approach that the American people can understand. So in just a few moments, I will ask my colleagues to pass common sense legislation to fund the cybersecurity and infrastructure. And I know maybe the American people are not as familiar with this aspect of the Department of Homeland Security, but I think that they understand that we are in a different moment now than we were just a couple weeks ago when these negotiations began. We are now a nation at war. We are a nation at war because of Donald Trump moving forward without the approval of this body, which the Constitution outlines, in terms of the approval of a declaration of war. So we find ourselves at a time when our service members are in harm's way. Several have already lost their lives. When diplomatic posts, as a former State Department officer, I'm worried about our embassies. And then here at home, concern about our own homeland security. And when the president was asked about this, should we be concerned about threats to our homeland? He said, I guess so. That's what he said. He said, I guess so. People may die. That's what happens in war. I am finding that absolutely unacceptable for a commander-in-chief to talk about homeland threats with that level of blasé attitude. We all know that Iran has the capabilities of cybersecurity attacks on the United States. We've seen it before. And we've seen this administration, even before this war, taking steps to gut this agency that is in charge of so much of the critical infrastructure, cybersecurity protections. They have forced out and reassigned personnel to other missions. They have attempted to slash the budget. The agency, CISA, has lost 1/3 of its workforce under this administration and the abysmal leadership of Secretary Noem. And as I said on the floor yesterday, we are at war, and we need to understand that we should take all the steps available to be able to push forward on the tools that we need. And when it comes to immigration, we know that the Republicans pushed forward on the funding to that through the reconciliation bill last year. So let's make sure that the rest of the Department of Homeland Security, including this incredibly important aspect of CISA, is able to step up at this dangerous time. And I hope Republicans can join us and make good on that obligation today by funding CISA. And that's why I'm asking my colleagues to pass this bill to fund our cybersecurity workers and ensure that we have the resources in place to counter these threats. That should be something I hope all of us can agree upon. And now is the time to put the politics aside and focus on that. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-4074 submitted earlier today, and that would fund CISA, that this bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kansas is recognized.
reserving the right to object. Mr. President, just 10 minutes ago, we offered to fund CISA and all of DHS. I'm not going to leave behind TSA. I'm not going to leave behind the Coast Guard. I'm not going to leave behind FEMA. I'm not going to leave behind ICE and Border Patrol. My colleague mentions his experience on the State Department, which I have great respect for. And he knows that if one agency is closed down, it impacts everybody else in the State Department. And he also should understand, and I know he does, I know that he understands this, that if you shut down, leave part of DHS shut down, it impacts everybody else, that this is a domino of problems. There's no one on the Democratic side could argue that we wouldn't be safer if all of DHS was funded. No one could argue that we would be much safer as a nation if all of DHS is funded. But instead, with all due respect, my colleagues across the aisle are turning to politics. They acknowledge that the dangers that this country is in, but they continue to choose politics over the safety and well-being of our nation. Carving the bill into separate pieces makes no sense. It's a blatant attempt to distract from the fact that they're putting American lives at risk every single day. I'd ask my colleagues pushing this piecemeal approach, who voted against full DHS funding a dozen times. So Democrats have voted against DHS funding at least a dozen times. And they're going to vote against it again several times today. And I got to go back. This is the one place where we probably disagree on the facts. So again, with respect to my colleagues, there's no negotiating happening if you won't sit down with us. There's no negotiating happening if you don't return or at least speak back to the White House and say, this is what we object to. This is what do you all want, right? I would ask my colleagues across the aisle to commit as soon as our next vote is over with to sit down with our approach team and work this out. But there's no negotiating happening, right, America? There's no negotiations happening. The Democrats will not sit down with this. It's because they like this political argument. I want to just draw the roadmap here. Under the previous White House, they let Millions of people come across our border unvetted. Violent criminals, known terrorists, and these sleeper cells are now starting to open. Republicans took over. We secured the border. We empowered Border Patrol. We empowered ICE. We stopped the flow of illegal aliens and started deporting those criminals. And because of that, America is a safer place today. America is a much safer place today. But now you're trying to unwind everything and defund the police. You know, this is the theme here. Democrats defund the police. They want open borders. Republicans are the party of law and order. We want secure borders. We want ICE to do their job. The Democrats are now doing everything in their power to obstruct ICE's efforts to deport those threats. They've shut down funding for the entire agency, an agency that also has critical departments for identifying threats and keeping Americans' lives safe, like cybersecurity. This agency is a frontline cyber defense. And most Americans don't understand what cybersecurity agency is, but it's a frontline cyber defense, protects our grids, our hospitals, water systems, and more from relentless threats from China, Iran, and criminals. And I know my colleague who's worked in the State Department knows that those threats aren't just theoretical. Every day we're having thousands of cyber attacks. But the cybersecurity agency does not operate in a vacuum. They depend upon CBP and TSA and FEMA and Secret Service and Coast Guard to function. Funding one agency while starving the rest is like funding Patrick Mahomes, giving him a lifelong salary, the best deal ever, but not giving him a good offensive tackle. We saw how that worked out last Super Bowl. You have to fund the whole agency. Again, the White House sent an offer 2 weeks ago. Crickets from the Democrats. Why don't you respond to what the White House sent you? Why don't you sit down with our approach team? Mr. President, with that, I object.
Mr. President.
Senator from Jersey is recognized.
Mr. President, I will say we are ready to negotiate. We are the ones that want to be at the table here, but look at what has happened since negotiations begun. Since we started this several weeks ago, we are again now at war. We are at war because the president refused to engage with this body, refused to engage with Congress about that, finding ourselves with these types of threats. Since the negotiations began, we now have a Department of Homeland Security secretary fired. You know, the department's in chaos right now. How are we to understand what roles they are going to be coming next, what this administration is going to be doing next, when they cannot even get their own department in order? So yes, we are going to continue to push. And as I said, we have still large disagreements. And I am as concerned with what's happening in Iran. I am as concerned about that here because we have about 30% of the casualties we faced in Iran with this attack and this war with Iran. We saw that number, about 30% of that number in Minnesota. 2 American citizens killed in Minnesota. Still no formal independent investigation at the level that is needed. Still no answers. Still no assurances about what comes next. So that's why we've got to move forward, fund CISA, fund these other elements of Department of Homeland Security that can keep our country safe. And with that, I yield back.
Senator from Kansas.
I would just ask my colleague to commit for your appropriations people to sit down face to face with our appropriations committee staff and our members this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask for unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 156 HR 4553. I ask that the substitute amendment number 4353 be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President. Mr. President,
Senator from Connecticut is recognized. The objection is heard.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the DHS bill that would fund all the things that are in the DHS bill that the Democrats negotiated until they pulled the rug out underneath that negotiation to politically grandstand on the Senate floor now for nearly a month. The truth of the matter is that I want to make the point for those who care about the way the Senate operates. First of all, We didn't have any appropriations bills the first 2 years. The majority party now has put appropriations bills on. There have been 11 out of 12. I was told that policy debates are not to enter the discussion on appropriations bills because things like this can happen. To my Democrat colleagues, if you have a bill that you want to defund ICE with, put it on the floor. I guarantee it'll get voted down because it's an extremely unpopular position. We're not going to let you get to that result by way of holding everyone else hostage. If you want to support all the agencies in this negotiated bill, you have a way to do it. But I think we really know what this is about. What this is really about is the Democrats lost an election where the issue of border enforcement and deportations were on the table, front and center in front of the voters, and the voters supported it. Recent polling still shows that. But to satisfy their radicalized base, which are the same people, these leftist NGOs that conjure and foment discontent, blow whistles, try to create confrontations with ICE agents, won't let them do it. And they're kind of stuck. So the only thing they have left now is the same playbook they ran a couple of months ago by shutting down the government, but this time they're shutting down DHS. And to make that clear, Joe Biden and the Democrats let 15 million people in here illegally, tens of thousands of murderers, hundreds of thousands of violent criminals. And now that same party wants to defund the agency that is charged with deporting these monsters. So we have a choice. I choose to support law enforcement. I'm not going to go along with the idea that we're going to give the Democrats the ability to kneecap ICE so they can get amnesty by lack of enforcement. And with that, Mr. President, I renew my motion. Did he already object? Okay.
Senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. President, there's not a pending motion on the floor currently. Okay, Mr. President, seeking recognition on my own right.
Senator is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yesterday and today, Democrats have been on the floor asking for something very simple. Let's open up TSA. Let's open up CISA, which protects this country from cyber attack. Let's open up the Coast Guard. Let's open up FEMA. Republicans have said no repeatedly. Yesterday, we said, let's open all 4 agencies up together. Republicans denied us that motion. Today, we're trying to see if we can open up one at a time. What Republicans are saying is that we want to hold TSA, our airports, the protection of our coastline, the defense of this nation from cyber attacks, and our response to emergencies hostage to their determination to continue to fund a law enforcement operation at ICE that is out of control. So Republicans are saying we're going to keep TSA shut, we're going to keep the Coast Guard shut, we're going to keep FEMA shut until you allow the president to continue to terrorize our communities with a lawless, out of control ICE. And this isn't just what you see on the news. The scenes out of Minneapolis were horrific, unconscionable. American citizens being gunned down on the streets. One federal judge found that ICE is in violation of 96 different court orders right now, all across the country. Courts have ruled in 4,000 cases that ICE has jailed people illegally. ICE is behaving in a brazenly lawless and unconstitutional manner, and none of us, Republican or Democrat, should be interested in funding a part of the federal government that is operating outside of the bounds of law. We swore an oath to the Constitution. And so we have a serious discussion that is happening as we speak between Republicans and Democrats about how we can come together to fund ICE. But while that discussion happens, why are we keeping shut down the Coast Guard, TSA, FEMA. It's not necessary. If Republicans just stopped coming to the floor to object, we could open up TSA right now. We could get those salaries paid. I'm going to offer a motion to open up funding for the Coast Guard. We could get the people who protect our shorelines paid. And yes, this is a mess. This is a mess. I admit it, this is a mess. But we didn't have shutdowns when Democrats were in charge of the Senate. We are at a logjam because Republicans refuse to listen to the very reasonable concerns that Democrats and the American people have about the way that ICE is behaving. And by the way, we aren't representing some fringe political constituency. In the last national poll, 60% of Americans said that Congress should not fund ICE until they clean up their act. The vast majority of Americans believe that that agency is out of control. But if you went out there and asked those same Americans whether they think that TSA and the Coast Guard and FEMA should be shut down while we resolve those differences, they'd say, hell no. Open up the airports. Protect our shorelines. So we're going to continue to come to the floor and attempt to convince Republicans to release these hostages. I know that you are committed to supporting the president's lawlessness. I don't understand why you won't stand up and say it's wrong that there are 96 different court orders that ICE is violating, that it's wrong that American citizens are being killed on the streets, that it's wrong that schools are being tear gassed. But while we are having this difference of opinion on ICE that is sort of hard to understand, don't hold the rest of the Department of Homeland Security hostage to your insistence that the president get to act outside the bounds of law when it comes to the enforcement of our immigration laws. So I'm going to offer a motion. And again, yesterday, we offered a motion to open up all of the rest of the Department of Homeland Security. I'm going to offer a more targeted motion. On the average day, the Coast Guard saves 12 lives, interdicts 1,250 pounds of cocaine, screens 300 vessels. It'd be really important to get our Coast Guard opened up. I know my colleague from Delaware thinks the same thing. Right before I offer the motion, just would yield to her for a quick question.
Thank you, Senator Murphy. I want to start off as the ranking member on the United States Coast Guard Subcommittee. And I stand here today, first of all, to acknowledge your leadership and to acknowledge the fact that it is surprising, I think, to most Americans that when we can get agreement on 90% of something, we don't act on that 90%. We have an opportunity right now. And again, as ranking member of the Coast Guard Subcommittee, we know that the Coast Guard keeps our nation safe in times of peace, but also in times of war. Even wars that weren't brought to Congress or that had no strategy or exit strategy, they do their job. From protecting our ports to helping our communities with search and rescue operations, the Coast Guard is critical to our nation's national security and safety. They patrol over 4.5 million square miles of ocean. They protect over 95,000 miles of U.S. coastline. They secure over 26,000 miles of commercial waterways and ensure the safety of over 360 ports, 3,700 marine terminals, and 25,000 miles of navigable channels. The men and women of the Coast Guard of the United States dedicate their lives to protecting the largest system of ports, waterways, and coastal seas in the world. And right now, over 42,000 active duty service members are uncertain about whether they will receive their next paycheck, and nearly 10,000 civilians who support their critical work are going without pay right now. Their next paychecks should actually be hitting their accounts in a couple of days, which is why what we do here today is so vital. I had the privilege of visiting the Sector Bay, Delaware Bay last summer, and I met the Coasties stationed there. And I got to hear firsthand how deeply connected they are to the mission to our safety, our economy, and our national security. And it helped clarify immensely important that we must take care of the coasties at home so that they can serve our country with confidence at sea. Again, right now, we are neglecting our duty. Politics aside, the Coast Guard has a job to do, and we have an opportunity to do something about it. Our colleagues ask us for more weeks. We got 2 weeks in the beginning. We're now weeks and weeks and weeks from those 2 weeks. The best way that we can support our Coast Guard men and women is to pay them. And while we as Democrats fight to address a broken agency that we know of as ICE, we have to recognize and pay our Coast Guard's men and women. So Senator Murphy, do you agree that our colleagues across the aisle should join us in paying our coast men and women without delay?
I thank the senator for the question. I do, especially at a time when the United States is at war. We cannot afford to have our coastlines undefended. The motions that Republicans have been making today have offered to pay the Coast Guard for 2 weeks. That's not good enough. Right now, this motion that I will make will allow the Coast Guard to be paid for the rest of the year. If the senator does not object to my motion, then minutes from now, the Coast Guard, the 52,000 people who work for the Coast Guard will know that we honor their service and that we're going to pay them for the rest of the year. And so here's my motion. I'm going to ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of my bill at the desk that would fund the Coast Guard, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri is recognized.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, my colleague from Connecticut just talked about minutes from now. Minutes ago, very same senator objected to Coast Guard funding. So here we are again with political gamesmanship and grandstanding for some clip to show that you actually want to fund the Coast Guard. Meanwhile, you just voted against the Coast Guard. The Democrats do not want to fund the Coast Guard because they're so hell-bent on defunding ICE. And the term out of control was used. You know what's out of control? The language being used on this floor to describe federal law enforcement. Nazis, the Gestapo. This is very dangerous. This is very dangerous. And I will tell you that I have great appreciation for the men and women who go into very dangerous situations to deport criminals who want to rape and murder our fellow citizens. I appreciate. So 5 reasons why I cannot go along with this scam. Laken Riley, Jocelyn Nungary, Kayla Hamilton, Dakara Thompson, and Haley Pegason. All Americans, all murdered by illegal aliens released by Democrats instead of being deported. So what else is out of control other than the Democrats' language? These leftist activist organizations that are creating the chaos in the streets. There are nine sanctuary jurisdictions in this country that actually probably are significant. In those 9 sanctuary jurisdictions, there is a 590% increase for anti-ICE attacks. They are creating conditions with the hope that they get some viral moment. This is dangerous. This is out of control. One more thing that's out of control, sanctuary jurisdictions writ large. And for the friends watching at home, what is a sanctuary jurisdiction that the Democrats are so proud of? They are local jurisdictions that will not tell federal law enforcement when an illegal alien rapist or murderer is being released from prison. It happened, by the way, the New Virginia governor just pledged that she won't do it. The monster, Abdul Jahala from Sierra Leone with 30 priors, who stabbed to death a fellow citizen of ours, she has pledged to not let ICE know when that monster is released from prison. That's who they are. That's what we're fighting against. And we're not going to allow them to kneecap our federal law enforcement from getting these monsters out of our country. They just voted against this. They just voted against the Coast Guard. They just voted against Secret Service. They just voted against TSA. They want to undermine law enforcement and give blanket amnesty to 15 million people here illegally. That's the truth. And with that, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut is recognized again.
To my friend, you've lost this argument in the public. You just have. The public thinks that ICE is out of control. The public does not want ICE to continue operating in the way that they are operating. They have seen the scenes out of Minneapolis. They are watching what's happening in Vermont today, and they don't agree with you. The majority of Americans, by a large margin, say that what is happening today is out of control. And yes, you did offer motions to keep the Coast Guard open for 2 weeks. That doesn't help the peace of mind of the 52,000 people who work for the Coast Guard and wonder whether they're going to have more than one paycheck. You are objecting to a motion to keep them open for the rest of the year. And so tomorrow, when TSA is still not open and the Coast Guard is still not open and FEMA is still not operating, there's only one reason. Today, you are offering motions to keep them open for 2 weeks, and you are objecting to motions to keep those agencies open for the whole year. People are going to see the difference. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield.
President.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
Mr. President, it feels like Groundhog Day here on the Senate floor, trying to be able to resolve a problem. I wish we could all get in one room and be able to actually talk to each other like human beings and people, rather than this charade. 14 days ago, 2 weeks, 14 days ago, the White House sent over a proposal to my Democratic colleagues and said, we understand there are issues with ICE. We understand there are issues with CBP. So let me make a proposal to you of some options that we can do that we should be able to agree on. 14 days ago. Those options included mandatory body-worn cameras for ICE agents and CBP. Mandatory. Name tags for every single agent to be able to have an identifier for every single agent that's out there. To be able to make sure that selective, sensitive sites did not have ICE involvement in those selective sites. De-escalation training for all of our federal officers to be able to know that techniques for how to be able to step down from a violent protester that's screaming in their face and waving a camera in their face. A full, open investigation of the 2 shootings that happened in Minnesota, reducing the footprint of the number of agents in Minnesota, a change in the way that warrants are actually used across the country. The White House laid all those things out 14 days ago that one of my Democratic colleagues who is on this floor said to me was entirely reasonable offer from the White House. 14 days ago. And since that time period, radio silence from my Democratic colleagues. White House had no response. So TSA agents are not being paid, FEMA agents are not being paid, cybersecurity folks are not being paid, while we wait for the counteroffer. What is happening is good politics from my Democratic colleagues. They feel like this is good politics to be able to continue to be able to press in, that some folks on the far, far, far left want to defund ICE and want to show there's a huge fight to be able to take on ICE. The result of that is 250,000 people, families, individuals that work with DHS wait for an answer. Wait. This has got to get resolved. The politics in this moment has got to stop. I was here last Thursday saying all of us should stay over the weekend and not leave until this is resolved. Everybody just left. $250,000 DHS employees are looking at this room right now and saying, stop bickering about this, just solve it. Whoever's got the paper, just answer it. Just go back and forth. Let's figure this out. Let's actually just solve this. So we have tried multiple times to say, let's fund it. The White House has made good faith offers to say, here are offers to be able to get some dialogue going if somebody will actually talk back to me. But while we wait on the politics to cool, in the meantime, I need to offer again what we started with at the very beginning, and that was just, can we at least open things up for 2 weeks like we did at the beginning? We started this battle weeks and weeks and weeks ago, and we started with, okay, we agree on all the other appropriation bills. We don't agree on this one because it has funding for ICE, because it has funding for CBP in it, and so we can't get agreement on that. Can we at least keep status quo and keep debating so that the fight is here at this room rather than affecting families that literally are trying to get grocery coupons and gift cards from people so they can feed their families? Can we at least, at a minimum, do 2 weeks like we did at the start of this? If we can't agree on everything, let's at least keep us open. Now, this body knows I've been fighting for years to say we should never have a government shutdown at all. I literally don't know how many times I've been on this floor talking about this issue, saying government shutdowns should be a thing of the past. We should be here 24/7 until we solve the problem, hold all those federal workers harmless. If we can't get to that, which we've not been able to get agreement to at least do that, then let's at least have a continuing resolution that pays everyone at DHS for the next 2 weeks while we keep arguing until we can resolve our issues. So I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of calendar number 156, HR 4553. I further ask the substitute amendment 4353 be considered and agreed to. The bill as amendment be considered and read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Reserving the right to object.
Senator from California.
Thank you, Mr. President. Because we've been having this debate over a series of motions here over the last hour plus. First of all, the status quo position for CBP and ICE is not acceptable. We've seen the violations of people's civil rights across the country for the better part of this last year. Last year alone, it was the deadliest year for detainees in ICE custody, and calendar year to date, we're on track to surpass that by a lot. So no, the status quo is not acceptable. For the other departments and agencies, TSA, Coast Guard, FEMA, CISA, et cetera, why settle for 2 weeks? We should fund them for the balance of the federal fiscal year. I think we'll have an additional motion to that effect in a minute, but on the motion currently before us, Mr. President, I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Where's
Mr. President.
Oh, back to Senator from California.
Mr. President, thank you again. And so in the few minutes that we have left before the scheduled vote, I do want to make things abundantly clear to the American people who are watching at home. Democrats are here trying to reopen and pay the employees of TSA, members of the Coast Guard, folks who work at the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, and of course, FEMA. That's right, Democrats are trying to address the issue of security lines at airports, protect Americans from cyber attacks. We want to pay the brave women and men of the Coast Guard and to help Americans rebuild after disasters. And Republicans are blocking these efforts one after another. The question that's holding this all up, folks, is whether or not we, in this process, should hold ICE and CBP accountable with the same basic standards that apply to just about every other law enforcement agency in the country at the state level and at the local level. Reforms that My colleague from Oklahoma said, we're common sense. I'm glad to hear that from the Republican side of the aisle. So let's incorporate that into federal statute. But they refuse to do so thus far. Let's remember, ICE and CBP already have billions and billions of additional dollars from the Republican so-called Big Beautiful Bill last year. So ICE and CBP are in zero danger of running out of money. Who is that danger of running out of money? It's TSA, it's the Coast Guard, it is CISA, and it is FEMA. And so that's why Democrats have put these series of motions forward. Now, in a minute here, my colleague from California, Senator Schiff, will ask for unanimous consent to pass a bill that we introduced together to pay the critical FEMA employees and sustain their essential operations for the rest of the year. Because we know how natural disasters act. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when the next one will strike. And whether it's a hurricane or a tornado or an earthquake or a flood, we know it's coming, we just don't know where it's coming. And the federal government has an obligation to the American people to be ready to act on a moment's notice. So let's give FEMA the funding that they need. And I'll defer now to my colleague from California.
Mr. President, just over a year ago, Los Angeles County fell victim to the worst natural disaster in my lifetime. The Eden and Palisade fires were unthinkable tragedies. Lives taken, livelihoods incinerated, old photographs, family heirlooms, childhood homes gone forever. The homes of more constituents, friends, staff gone, along with the place where my wife and I got married. Whole blocks of neighborhoods razed with indiscriminate and random destruction. In the years since, alongside Senator Padilla, I've worked to help the families impacted by these fires in every way I can. I visited recovery efforts in the earliest days of the fire, meeting with survivors and lending a hand where I could to help families grieving what these fires took from them. My team and I have facilitated federal, state, and local connections for these communities, trying to ensure they have the resources they need to recover. I've introduced legislation to help families better protect their homes in the future and to bring down insurance rates. But so much work remains. It has been more than a year since the fires, and Congress has yet to move forward on much needed federal disaster aid for LA County. We have urged the president to act. We have called on Congress to act, just as we have with fires, hurricanes, and floods of the past in states red and blue, to pass a supplemental that gives us a fighting chance at building stronger than before. And yet, for the first time, disaster relief is being apportioned not on the basis of need, but on the basis of political affiliation, as if these fires discriminate between homes that voted for the president and those that did not. We've called on the president and this Congress to drop discrimination against California or other states based on no more than its political leanings. And we continue that call today. But the lack of disaster aid for California and other states is not the only place where this Congress is failing to meet the needs of the American people. Right now, the very federal agency we call upon to facilitate disaster recovery, FEMA, is shut down. The agency whose job it is to provide financial assistance to families and aid the recovery process until houses can be rebuilt and families can move back into their homes has no money from Congress to operate. As a result, this critical agency, already understaffed, has an even more diminished capacity to help do these critical jobs. This has gone on for weeks and is unacceptable, and that is what we are here today to change. With this legislation, we can reopen FEMA today. We can give paychecks to the people whose job it is to get Los Angeles and communities across the country back on their feet. We can remove unnecessary slowdowns in the approval processes, in recovery applications because of the lack of staffing. We can put ourselves on a pathway to finally passing a disaster aid package. Now, this is not the first time we've tried to reopen FEMA. Senate Democrats have tried to call up and pass legislation to open this agency multiple times in recent weeks, but we have been told no. And why? Because my colleagues across the aisle continue to insist that this agency and others like TSA and Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency and the Coast Guard cannot reopen until we pass another multi-billion-dollar infusion of resources for ICE and CBP. Senate Democrats have been clear, not another dime for these immigration enforcement agencies until we see real reforms, until they take off the masks and put on the body cams, until they're held to the same standard as a neighborhood cop on the beat, until their standard of no judicial warrant, no problem, is torn out of the training manual. That is not too much to ask. In the aftermath of Americans watching DHS storming city apartment buildings like they were behind enemy lines, or ICE dragging citizens from their homes, or CBP gunning down Americans in cold blood in the street, this cannot be too much to ask. We're seeing families torn apart, citizens detained without medical care, fathers and mothers, grandfathers and grandmothers, aunts and uncles, children detained because of the color of their skin or the language they speak or where they work. We see DHS spending $140 million on assault weapons, Glocks and tasers, and countless more on building massive new detention centers. And so we are insisting on reform. We reject the false choice the majority would give us that we cannot reform ICE until we agree to give ICE billions more. These cannot be the only two choices. Let's pass this common sense bill and reopen FEMA today. Let's get disaster recovery efforts moving forward. We can do both. We can help Californians in need and others across the country. And so, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, on behalf of Senator Padilla and myself, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of the bill at the desk to make continuing appropriations for the federal emergency management pay and operations in the event of a federal government shutdown and for other purposes, that the bill be considered read 3 times and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Oklahoma is recognized.
Reserving the right to object. Mr. President, I'll be brief in some comments on this. I just wish all that was so, that was just stated. The White House has presented a set of ideas and paper and reform, put them into legislative text, and handed them to Democrats 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, and said, here are the reforms that we would agree with that you've asked for. Badges, body-worn cameras, de-escalation training, process reforms, all those things they put out there. And for 2 weeks, my Democratic colleagues have determined the politics is better than the actual solution. And so they've just said, let's do the politics. The problem with the politics on this is 250,000 DHS employees are not being paid right now. So it doesn't make good politics for them. They're trying to figure out how to feed their family. By the way, again, I had a TSA agent from Oklahoma City who do, by the way, a great job, say to me just last week, I feel like my paycheck is bipolar. I just never know whether it's going to be there or not. Because my Democratic colleagues have shut down the government just over and over again as their protest against Trump. And I get it. They don't like President Trump. They voiced that. But I don't know what my FEMA agents that are working on tornado relief in Oklahoma have to do with their frustration with ICE. So they come and bring a proposal and to say, well, FEMA has had a bias and President Trump has had a bias against California with FEMA. And I smile honestly and think, you know, last year or a year and a half ago, I guess now, President Biden's FEMA instructed FEMA agents not to go to the houses in disaster areas that had a Trump yard sign in their front yard. So if you want to talk bias of FEMA, the Biden administration, FEMA, not going to help on disaster relief on houses that had a Trump yard sign, let's talk bias. So I don't agree with that at all. Here's what we need to do. Stop this, sit down like grown-ups, and actually solve the problem. Because this whole issue of I'll fund everything but ICE and CBP doesn't really work for the ICE and CBP families. I know you may be mad at them, but you know what? Those secretaries and those assistants and those folks that work in all those offices, they have lives and families as well. Can I tell you what CBP does? It's not just Border Patrol. CBP also is managing what's happening at our ports of entry. Let me be specific on this. There are 9,000 CBP agents that work in California. 2,000 of those CBP agents are working at the Los Angeles Long Beach port of entry. They're handling the port stuff coming in and out right now. They're not dealing with Border Patrol. They're not dealing with ICE. But my Democratic colleagues say we can't fund CBP, including those families that are in California at the Long Beach port. They have nothing to do with all of this. They just want to get a paycheck and to be able to know where they're going. And it has been very, very clear that if we don't fund ICE and CBP, my Democratic colleagues have been very clear, we're not going to fund them. We see the strategy. The strategy is very clear. Those folks won't be paid. They will eventually quit, and they'll get what they want. No Border Patrol, no ICE, because all the families will quit. So listen, I object to this, but I encourage this body to actually sit down, look at what the White House presented 2 weeks ago, make a counter proposal if you disagree, do something, but let's get off the dime on this and actually get this resolved for those 250,000 families. I object.
The objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to Cal 3, number 311, HR 747, and let's start the vote as we were supposed to do at 1:45.
Without objection, the clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 311, HR 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations and so forth and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed to HR 7147, an act making further consolidated appropriations for the fiscal year ended September 30, 2026, and for other purposes shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks. Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Covering for Bernie for you. But I was still laughing. This is not that hard. Pretty sure I'm a yes, but okay.
Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds,
Yes.
Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Fetterman, Fisher, Grassley, Haggerty, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Marino, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Risch, Rounds, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Alsobrooks, Baldwin, Blunt Rochester, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, King, Klobuchar, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Schiff, Schumer, Smith, Van Hollen, Warner, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Ms. Warren, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Gallego. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Banks. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Lotkin. Ms. Lotkin, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Thune, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 51, the nays are 46. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. President.
I recognize the majority leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I enter a motion to reconsider.
The motion is entered.
And I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 673.
The questions on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report.
Nomination, the Judiciary, Anna St. John of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Anna St. John of Louisiana to be United States District Judge for the Eastern District of Louisiana, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last Friday,
The Senate is a quorum call.
Oh, thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last Friday, President Trump was quoted saying that Cuba, quote, is going to fall pretty soon. They want to make a deal so badly, and we'll see how that works out, unquote. I agree that it is absolutely in the best interest of both countries to negotiate an agreement, a deal as the president calls it. But it needs to be a deal that puts the national interest of the United States and the national interest of the people of Cuba first. To do that, we urgently need to do what the Vatican has called for, and that is a, quote, dialogue-based solution to the problems that exist between our two countries. It's got to be a solution that stands the test of time, and it should, at a minimum, include the following. One, President Trump can end all restrictions on the right of Americans to freely travel to Cuba. The American and Cuban people should be able to freely interact with one another. The president should offer maximum support for Cuba's private sector by allowing direct foreign investment and the development financing for Cuba's struggling but really essential small businesses. The president must remove Cuba from the list of state sponsors of terrorism. That designation has no legal basis. No other country agrees that it applies. And the president must call on Congress to repeal the U.S. embargo of Cuba so that Cuba's economic reconstruction can begin. Cuba's leaders must release all political dissidents and accept the right of the Cuban people to express themselves freely without fear of prosecution. And the U.S. and Cuba's leaders should agree on a mechanism for resolving property claims. Mr. President, Cuba is a small, bankrupt country. It has neither the capacity nor the intention to threaten the United States. And even before the Trump administration cut off oil from Venezuela and started blocking oil shipments to Cuba from other countries, electricity blackouts were common, and today electricity is unavailable for most hours of the day and across the entire island. And just think of what that means for homes, for hospitals, for schools, for factories, for farms, trash collection, in public transportation, all of the essentials of daily life. It is absolutely catastrophic. How does one produce? How does one transport? How does one refrigerate food without fuel? How do you pump and transport water? How do you power ambulances, operating rooms, incubators? You simply can't do it. Faith-based organizations, Cuban entrepreneurs, and concerned Americans are doing their part, but it's not nearly enough. Cuba's economy is collapsing, and millions of people are suffering hunger, disease, and despair. If this continues, thousands are likely to flee the island, seeking refuge in the United States, just as they did in 1994. For many years, Mr. President, people in Washington and Miami have blamed Cuba's leaders for the country's problems. That's valid, to a point. The Cuban authorities have clung to their revolutionary slogans, while other countries with communist governments, and with the support, by the way, of the international community, including the United States, transitioned to a market economy and a more open society. Cuba's centralized economy, after years of absolute mismanagement, dependence on foreign subsidies,
and strangled by the US embargo, that economy is in total shambles. Housing and other infrastructure is decrepit. The health system, something that Cubans were proud of, is collapsing due to the very severe shortages. Basic materials and supplies are unavailable except for those with connections to the outside world. And to quell popular anger, Cuba's leaders always blame the United States, and they harass and unjustly imprison those who speak out against the one-party system. That is wrong, and that must stop. But Mr. President, let's be candid. The United States is far from blameless. For fully 3/4 of a century, during Republican and Democratic administrations, and with Congress, pressed by Cuban Americans in Florida, we've tried to overthrow the Cuban government by armed invasion, by assassination, by financing Cuban dissidents, and by imposing a web of sanctions with extraterritorial reach that are more punitive than what we inflict on even more brutal regimes. You know, the oil blockade now under President Trump, which if circumstances were reversed, we would condemn as an illegal act of war, is the latest tactic that is attempting to force Cuba's leaders to capitulate to US demands. You know, much of this could have been avoided. After more than 6 decades of a US embargo that achieved none of its goals, but did hurt the Cuban people, President Obama did change course. And supported by my predecessor, Senator Leahy and others, President Obama did open travel for Americans to Cuba, supported Cuba's emerging private sector. It was working in cooperation with Cuba on migration, on public health, maritime security, and many other areas. That cooperation increased. And during those 2 years, the lives of many Cubans actually did improve, much more so than during decades of US hostility and punitive sanctions. And it was 10 years ago this month, Mr. President, that our president then, President Obama, made his historic trip to Havana and offered a new policy of positive engagement to help Cuba modernize its economy and bring new opportunities to the Cuban people. And what the president then said, I've come here to extend the hand of friendship to the Cuban people, to the Cuban people. That official goodwill was reversed in 2017 when the then Trump administration restored Cold War sanctions. And the deal that the president is now seeking seeks to enforce Cuba's capitulation with the oil blockade, which is inflicting collective punishment on the Cuban population and creating humanitarian emergency. And by the way, there was no progress built on what President Obama began during the Biden administration. So I don't want this to be seen as just something about one president versus another. This has been a sustained policy by the United States over the course of almost 75 years, interrupted only during that moment after the historic trip by President Obama to Havana. Mr. President, political and economic change in Cuba is absolutely long overdue. That is not debatable. But the way to get there is not by causing more hardship for the everyday Cuban family. Cuba is no threat to us today. It's a failed state 90 miles off our shores. That would be a threat to us today. Cuban leaders have had many opportunities to show they could govern differently, and they did miss those opportunities. Today, countries that came to Cuba's rescue in the past are no longer willing to do that, leaving Cuba's leaders no choice but to negotiate with the United States. So one thing seems certain: Cuba's government is going to have to change its ways. The Cuban people
90% of whom were born after the 1959 revolution. They do want leaders who, rather than repeating tired slogans, accept the need for fundamental changes in how to govern, with greater participation of the people, greater transparency, greater freedom, and real accountability. On Monday, in response to a question about Cuba, President Trump said, it may be a friendly takeover, it may not be a friendly takeover. Wouldn't really matter because they're really down to, as they say, fumes. They have no energy and they have no money. Of course, the reason Cuba is down to fumes is largely because of the US oil blockade. But despite that, let me be clear, no American president under any circumstances, friendly or unfriendly, should threaten to take over another sovereign nation, whether Cuba, Greenland, or anywhere else. But rather than threats of a takeover, the United States should negotiate a solution with Cuba, which above all else puts US national interest and, as I've said, the needs and aspirations of the Cuban people first. And I urge the Trump administration and Cuba's leaders to take the steps I've outlined to stop the suffering and repression in Cuba and finally put an end to the decades of hostility between our two countries. I believe they would receive overwhelming support from the people of both countries, as well as overwhelming support here in Congress. Mr. President, I'd like to speak briefly, if I may, on another subject. Mr. President, during the war in Gaza, more than 20,000 children have been killed so far. There have been thousands of atrocities in Gaza. Over 70,000 have died, and even more have been gravely injured. The Israelis' own data shows that the overwhelming majority of people killed by Israeli forces have been civilians. And it's regrettably the highest proportion of civilians to combatants killed in any contemporary conflict. And today I want to speak about one such case, the killing of Hind Rajab. Hind is the beautiful 5-year-old child whose photograph you see here next to me. Hind, by the way, means hope. Hind's death is the subject of a film that has been nominated for an Academy Award on Sunday. The film follows the killing of Hind, the killing of her 4 cousins, her aunt, her uncle, and 2 paramedics that were sent to rescue her. And it does feature a recording of Hind's voice pleading for help that never arrives. It's a virtual certainty that the weapons and ammunition provided by American taxpayer dollars were used in this crime. We know this based on forensic investigation of her family's car, where 335 bullet holes were counted. And despite requests from the Biden State Department, Israel has produced no evidence that it has held anyone accountable for this atrocity. That is why today I am introducing the Justice for Hind Rajab Act, along with my colleague in the House of Representatives, Representative Sarah Jacobs of California. Our bill raises a simple question. Something must be done about this crime. The U.S. government must do its part to hold those responsible accountable as some small measure of justice for the thousands of children who have been killed in this war, and that continues to this day. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President.
the senior senator from Kentucky.
This week we learned that a seventh American had died in the war with Iran. Staff Sergeant Benjamin Pennington, U.S. Army, was a native of Glendale, Kentucky. That's right near Fort Knox. He was deployed with the 1st Space Battalion, 1st Space Brigade at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. And an Iranian strike mortally wounded him in the line of duty. Well, I'm confident today Glendale and the rest of Hardin County are surrounding Sergeant Pennington's parents, Timothy and Carrie, with support. His son was, by all accounts, deeply admired by neighbors, pastors, and coaches who helped him become the man he became. At his alma mater, Central Hardin High School, Benjamin Pennington was remembered as the quintessential All-American. Of course, there's no amount of praise for Sergeant Pennington's character, commitment, or bravery that can fill the hole left by his loss. The knowledge that he failed pursuing a noble causing is actually small comfort, but it cannot obscure the empty seat at the dinner table. And so my deepest sympathies are with the Pennington family today and in the difficult days that lie ahead. So, Mr. President, the sacrifices of Sergeant Pennington and 6 other fallen comrades in war with Iran have not been in vain. For nearly half a century, Iran has waged war on us. In fewer than 2 weeks, U.S. and partner operations have degraded Iran's military, its missile threat, as well as its capacity to spread violence and terror. And in doing so, they've delivered a small measure of justice for the hundreds of U.S. personnel killed over the years by the Iranian regime. There's been plenty of discussion about where this war fits among U.S. strategic priorities. I hope the administration will be more forthcoming on that very soon. But some critics want to evaluate the war with Iran without even acknowledging the wider context, as if combating rampant terror and violence from China's leading source of oil and Russia's leading source of attack drones has nothing somehow to do with peace in Europe or deterrence in the Indo-Pacific. I've called out this fiction before, and I've urged colleagues and decision makers in successive administrations not to overlook the ways our adversaries' threats to America's interests are actually all aligned together. The PRC is not a neutral observer in the Middle East. Beijing has an interest in the steady flow of cheap Iranian oil to the tune of 1.4 million barrels just last year. And as Iran's proxy wars, missile program, and nuclear ambitions taxed our attention and resources, the PRC benefited strategically as well as financially from the distraction. Russia, they're not a disinterested party either. Moscow and Tehran together propped up the brutal Assad regime in Syria, allowing them to project power deeper into the Middle East and the Mediterranean. A shadow fleet has continued to help both regimes evade Western sanctions. And needless to say, Russia's war of conquest in Ukraine would look quite different without the steady supply of Iranian attack drones. Iranian drones in Ukrainian skies have already made the connections between America's adversaries crystal clear. But now, public reporting also indicates Russia may be providing intelligence for Iran's attacks all across the Gulf. The president's all-purpose emissary, Steve Witkoff, has downplayed these reports and relayed Russia's strenuous denial of any such intelligence sharing. And for the sake of U.S. service members, I certainly hope that's true. However, unlike Mr. Witkoff, I'm not at all inclined to, quote, take the Russians at their word, end quote. Instead, I've warned successive presidents to take the Russian-Iranian axis actually more seriously. I urge President Biden to hold Iran to account for underwriting terror and killing Americans. But a disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan emboldened Tehran and Moscow both. I supported a national security supplemental, even though I thought President Biden's approach to Russia and Iran was entirely too weak. I did, not only because supporting Ukraine was in our interest, but because these funds help replenish American stockpiles and start restoring our own defense industrial base. So if the Senate receives a request for supplemental appropriations, I hope our colleagues who oppose the president's use of force against Iran will still see an overdue opportunity to invest in urgent and strategic defense priorities. Weakness invites challenge, but our adversaries have sought to weaken and undermine America regardless of who the commander-in-chief is. I've underscored America's interest in a just and lasting end to Russia's war many times before. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that you're still inclined to treat the outcome of the largest land war in Europe since 1945 as somebody else's concern. Well, Russia's support for Iran is not somebody else's concern. If Russia is aiding Iranian attacks against Americans, that's very much our concern. If you believe that the United States' role in the war in Ukraine is a natural mediator between equally culpable belligerents, the development might be tough to square. Likewise, with the fact that Ukraine was the first foreign government to voice unequivocal support for U.S. and Israel's strikes against Iran. And unlike Moscow, Kyiv is not asking that we just take its word. Let's look at the actions. Right now, Mr. President, right now, teams of Ukraine's top experts in drone warfare are on the ground in the Gulf, helping us, helping American allies in Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and the UAE defend against Iranian drone attacks. Many of the Ukrainian systems that Gulf allies are eager to procure were first offered to the United States many months ago. Unfortunately, until death began to rain from the skies over U.S. facilities in the Gulf 12 days ago, it was my understanding that these discussions had gone nowhere fast. So, Mr. President, administration officials were right to identify Ukraine as the Silicon Valley of warfare, but other officials have slowed or paused assistance to these same brave innovators and have missed opportunities to apply Ukraine's technology and tactics to our own planning. The previous administration, too, failed to adapt and harvest Ukraine's lessons. But the past is behind us. To learn from the world's foremost experts in drone warfare, we have to go beyond words. Our security assistance to Ukraine is a critical tool to help end Russia's war on terms favorable to the West. It's an investment in tapping cutting-edge technological and industrial capacity. And the return on investment is totally worth it. America is stronger. America is more secure when we stand with our friends and stand up to our enemies. This isn't murky, not ambiguous. It's an opportunity for moral clarity and strategic wisdom. No better friend, no worse enemy.
Senator from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to come down and make a few remarks on a couple important topics. But I wanted to begin by just letting the American people know, my constituents back home in Alaska, what just happened here just a couple minutes ago on the Senate floor. We voted again to fund the Department of Homeland Security. And Mr. President, I'm down here like a lot of senators. By the way, bipartisan Senate vote to fund Homeland Security, but it didn't pass. And, you know, I've kind of moved through my anger phase more to my sadness phase with my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. This is the fourth time that we have come down to the Senate floor to vote on a bipartisan, bicameral agreement. The House and the Senate got together several weeks ago. Democrats and Republicans agreed to fund the Department of Homeland Security. The House passed the bill, bipartisan, by the way. The agreed bill was going to come over here. It did come over here. And all of a sudden, my Democratic colleagues on the other side of the aisle, not all of them, Senator Fetterman has been voting with us, said, you know what, we're not going to keep that promise. We're going to not fund Homeland Security. Now, Mr. President, it's really frustrating because they're saying, well, they don't want to do it now because they want to reform ICE. Now, I'm a little skeptical of that claim because the White House and Republicans in the Senate have been waiting for weeks for any proposal from the Democrats on their reforming ICE. The White House and others have put forward, hey, here's our proposals. They haven't responded once. So if they want to reform ICE, they should at least give people in the administration or in the Congress here on the Republican side their ideas for reforming ICE. They haven't. It's been weeks. By the way, the press is not reporting that. I wish they would, because it's very bad faith when you're not negotiating at all. It's one thing to be far apart on, hey, I have this proposal, you have this proposal. They haven't put forward one proposal. So in the meantime, when we have a very dangerous world out there, we've been briefed in classified hearings that we should anticipate that the Iranian Quds Force, lead terrorist organization in Iran, is looking for attacks in our homeland, and they won't fund Homeland Security. Now, Mr. President, one of the things that I'm a little concerned about is that This is kind of from the old Biden Majority Leader Schumer playbook to defund the police and have open borders. Now, what do I mean? We know during the Biden administration, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, many of them, and certainly the Biden administration, they had as policies, we're going to defund law enforcement and we're going to have open borders. That's what they did. 11 million people illegally came into our country during the 4 years of Joe Biden. And they also knew that the American people did not like those policies. I think that was clear in the 2024 election. But here's the thing, Mr. President, the far left of the Democratic Party is still committed to these policies. So essentially, when you look at what's going on right now, it's back to the future. It's defund the police and open borders 2.0. What am I talking about? Right now, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are saying they will not fund ICE. That's a law enforcement agency that helps protect us. And they're also saying they will not fund Customs and Border Patrol. That's the agency that controls the border. It's defund the police, defund law enforcement, and open borders. Once again, they're trying to do it kind of in a backdoor way. But the American people are noticing, Mr. President, and it's a frustration. You know, the Democratic leader used to oppose shutdowns. As a matter of fact, when we were in the minority here, President Biden was in office, Senator Schumer was a majority leader, we never had one shutdown. Now, the reason is when we were negotiating things and we got close, but we weren't there yet, and we ran into the deadline of the government shutting down, we would pass what are called short-term continuing resolutions to keep the government open and keep negotiating. Senator Schumer said in 2019 that defunding DHS, which is what they're doing now, would, quote, hurt TSA, hurt Border Patrol, hurt FBI agents, air traffic controllers, food safety inspectors, Coast Guard members. They deal with our security right now. So if you believe in the security of America, vote yes to fund Homeland Security. I'm quoting Senator Schumer. Well, I would agree with his 2019 quote wholeheartedly. Vote yes to fund Homeland Security by keeping our country safe by all those agencies that he just mentioned. But now, again, given by far left-wing tactics and energy in the Democratic Party, anytime, and we saw this in the fall and we're seeing it right now, that they don't get their way on an issue, they don't do what we have traditionally done, which is, all right, we're not there yet, let's compromise, let's put forward a short-term CR, let's keep the government open. They just say, let's shut down the government. So that's what we're dealing with, Mr. President. It's a real travesty. It's particularly a travesty for the TSA agents who aren't getting paid, for the Coast Guard agents who aren't getting paid and their families, for FEMA. We all have states, including especially mine, where disasters happen. We're still recovering from a big typhoon last fall. The payments going to our state for disaster relief, FEMA shut down. And Mr. President, it just doesn't have to happen. It just doesn't have to happen. We just voted again in a bipartisan way to do what the bipartisan agreement with the House and Senate was. Let's fund Homeland Security. By the way, the reforms for FEMA in that bill. There's $2 million of de-escalation training. That's really important. There's $20 million for body cams, for ICE. And yet, for whatever reason, they don't want to fund the government during this dangerous time. I hope that there's a compromise coming forward. The rumor is that after, I think, 5 weeks, our Democrat colleagues are going to finally respond to the White House and Republicans with their ideas. But again, it's hard to say you want compromise, you want reform on ICE when you haven't put forward anything in almost 2 months. That's not negotiating in good faith. But I'm hopeful, Mr. President, this is too darn important for the safety of our citizens during a dangerous time, for the men and women of the Coast Guard who do such heroic work and are now not getting a paycheck. My Democrat colleagues need to quit listening to the far left, come to the middle, and do what we've always done: compromise and vote to fund the government. Mr. President, I ask that my following remarks be delineated in a different section of the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, there's a lot of focus, of course, right now, as there should be, on the Middle East and Iran. And that's important. But I also think it's important to stay focused on the Chinese Communist Party, this dictator who runs it, Xi Jinping, because they are the longer-term threat, the biggest threat to our country. There's no doubt about that. And we need to stay focused on the Chinese Communist Party threat, not just the United States, but to our allies. And Mr. President, this is something that I've been focused on since I came to the Senate. As a matter of fact, when I came to the Senate about 11 years ago, I would give speeches on China. And my first couple speeches, I was kind of surprised that there wasn't a lot of focus on the Chinese threat, the long-term threat to our nation. And so I came down here a lot to speak about that. The good news is that that's all changed. Many of my colleagues, this is actually a very bipartisan issue here in the Senate. I've worked with a number of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle on how we can strengthen our national security, our economic security as it relates to the biggest threat we have, and that's the Chinese Communist Party. Now, most of my focus, Mr. President, especially being on the Armed Services Committee, spending 30 years on active duty and then the reserves in the United States Marine Corps, most of my focus has been on the military issues. You see here, the president of China, Xi Jinping, is in his camis. Kind of looking a little ridiculous in my view, but whatever. They're very focused on their military buildup. So my focus has been on military issues, deterrence in the Taiwan Strait, economic issues to some degree, Mr. President. But as I've spent time here and I've delved into this challenge, and it's a huge challenge, it's important that we not just focus on those issues. And the one thing that I think is happening in the Congress right now is a recognition, Mr. President, of emerging new technologies that someday, and maybe even today, might be considered more important than an aircraft carrier, a submarine, or an F-35. Because these technologies, in which we are in a race with China in terms of their development, might determine who controls the entire 21st century between the United States and China. Fortunately, Mr. President, we're starting to focus on these. I'm starting to focus on these. And I would say there are three main areas: digital currency and blockchain technology, artificial intelligence, and biotech. So if you're on the Hill, on different committees, and I'm on the Commerce Committee as well as Armed Services, we are doing hearings. We are doing markups. We established commissions. There is a lot of work, a lot of debate. And I would say, Mr. President, a lot of it's bipartisan, which I think is good, to focus on these emerging technologies, because in some ways, they're just as important as our military competition with the Chinese Communist Party. And in my view, Mr. President, it is becoming increasingly clear that we are in a race with the Chinese Communist Party on who will control these critical technologies. The economic resilience and financial strength and productivity of our economy, and yes, the national security of our citizens, increasingly depends on who wins these races in these critical emerging technology areas. A couple things related to that, Mr. President, I just want to touch on, and I'm going to come down on the floor and speak more and more about where we are on these and what we need to do. But make no mistake, as I dig into these issues deeper, as we get the briefings from the experts, it has become clear that we should not underestimate the Chinese Communist Party in these areas. They can compete. They are competing. I think sometimes in the area of technology, we think, well, we're the United States. We're the top dog. But we need to take them very seriously. And in some areas, in these technologies, subcomponents of these technologies, say, for example, like robotics, I think you can make a good case that the Chinese are already in the lead. And we have to take that very seriously. Another thing, Mr. President, is that a fundamental component of competing successfully against China in at least 2 of 3 of these technologies, blockchain technology and AI, is that we have to have abundant American energy to power and advance in these technological areas. Again, for the benefit of our own citizens and our own national security, it is critical that we unleash American energy, all forms of American energy. I am an all of the above energy proponent: oil, gas, coal, renewables, nuclear. We used to talk about the energy transition, Mr. President, but in terms of winning the race on these kind of technologies, we really need to be talking about energy addition, because we are going to need all forms of American energy dominance when it comes to blockchain technologies, crypto, and AI. So in these areas, Mr. President, I believe that, for example, in blockchain technology, when developed properly, it can not only help, but ensure our economic resilience, our economic competitiveness, and very importantly, Mr. President, as it relates to competing with China, the continued dominance of the US dollar as the world's reserve currency, which, as I mentioned, Mr. President, is a critical comparative advantage we have over the Chinese, in which they are trying to erode, both in terms of their own digital currencies, but in other ways in terms of working with other countries that want to erode the dollar's preeminence as the world's reserve currency. Related, blockchain technology can make sure that the U.S. is more resilient to economic warfare. Again, only if we are the leaders related to China. In these areas, I think we're off to a pretty good start, Mr. President, by actually passing laws that are beginning to establish the rules of the road for these technologies like stablecoin, when we recently passed the Genius Act. Next up, as we're working on additional rules for the road to establish the strength of these technologies based in America, not China, is the market structure legislation that we are working on. Some of you know the Clarity Act passed the House, and we are continuing to move that legislation forward here in the Senate, splitting some of it apart with legislation such as the Digital Commodity Intermediary Act that recently passed out of the Agriculture Committee. This is also bipartisan legislation, Mr. President. And again, it's a good start, but we have a long way to go. But I think it's critical to keep in mind one of the most important elements of this is to beat China for our economic security, for our national security. And that includes, of course, Mr. President, in the area of AI and biotech, as I mentioned. Again, the race against China here is critical. Who wins these technological races will almost certainly dominate key elements of the 21st century. We need to optimize the full promise of AI while protecting our citizens against some of the related harms, particularly protecting our children when it comes to this new technology. Smart regulation and legislation and well thought out legislative actions from Congress should focus on empowering our people and accelerating societal benefits that result from the use of AI, like especially, Mr. President, in healthcare, in education, where I believe the promise of artificial intelligence is immense and transformative in a very positive way for our country and our citizens. When I talk to the experts, they believe that we are winning the AI race with China, but we can't be complacent at all. As I mentioned, they can compete. And every day we need to keep moving forward and recognizing that this is a critical competition that we cannot let the CCP dominate and control. Finally, Mr. President, on biotech. The U.S. maintains leads here in critical areas, but again, not in every respect. And the leads we do have cannot be taken for granted because biotech has been a priority for China for over 20 years. It appears in document after document that constitute China's industrial policy strategies. It's a main priority again in the new draft 5-year plan that the CCP just released this week. And we have to acknowledge, Mr. President, China is a powerhouse in research, bigger than the US, bigger than Europe. It has the advantage of a large gene pool, data on which, by the way, belongs not to the individual, belongs to that guy and the party. Think about how scary that is. Where we lead in market size, development trials, China is number 2 in all of them in terms of biotech. And this is so important. Why? Think about biotech because it involves our genes. It is the very things that physically make us who we are as human beings. And it will be increasingly central to our health. But again, Mr. President, there's dangers here because it can also be used in bioweapons. The Pentagon's annual China Power Report, by the way, says that, quote, prominent PLA thinkers, People Liberation Army, that guy and his cohorts, believe that biotechnology is poised to transform warfare. These are all the reasons, Mr. President, we need to do everything we can in a bipartisan way with all the smart people we have in the United States to win these emerging technology challenges, especially as it relates to them. This is a good example of the work we've done. Congress passed a law to establish the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology. They put out a report just a month ago. It's quite good. It's helping educate members of the Senate, members of the House, but we got to keep getting to work on this. Mr. President, I ask that my final remarks be delineated in a different part of the record. It's Thursday here in the United States Senate, which means it's time for one of my favorite traditions on the Senate floor, the Alaskan of the Week. Now, the pages, I don't think have had the pleasure, this group of pages have had the pleasure of seeing an Alaskan of the Week presentation. And I'm sure once you see it, our great pages, you will understand why every class of pages couldn't wait till Thursday afternoon to get the Alaskan of the Week update. So, congratulations. I know you are literally sitting at the edge of your seat. So what I like to do, Mr. President, and our wonderful pages here, when I talk about the Alaskan of the Week, usually on Thursday. By the way, the press likes this too because they know the end of the week is here and all the busyness of the Capitol slows down. But I like to first talk about what's going on back home. What's going on in the great state of Alaska. Now, it is a real exciting time to be back home in Alaska. I try to get home pretty much every weekend. And last weekend when I was home, there was some fantastic things going on. First and foremost, one of the most iconic traditions in our great state was the Iditarod, often called the last great race. It started last Saturday in Anchorage and then officially out of Willow, Alaska. But each year, dozens of mushers and their teams of sled dogs set out on a grueling journey of nearly 1,000 miles across Alaska's vast and unforgiving landscape. Racing from Anchorage to Nome, through mountain ranges, frozen rivers, the wide open tundra. And Mr. President, I had the honor of kicking off that race last week by cutting the ribbon at the ceremonial start in Anchorage. It was a great event, a huge crowd, incredible energy. The dogs were just jumping in their harnesses, ready to run. By the way, right before we kicked off the race, I was honored to swear in 33 new Marine Corps recruits right there at the starting line of the Iditarod. And these are the kind of events that bring the whole community together. Families lining the streets, kids and grandparents cheering on the teams, visitors from literally all over the world. Some of the mushers are from all over the world, getting a glimpse of this uniquely Alaska tradition. Anyone watching, anyone in the gallery, I invite you next time, come on up for the Iditarod, the last great race. It was snowing. We had about a foot of snow. It was beautiful. The Iditarod captures something essential about Alaska. It reflects the same resilience, determination, and spirit of self-reliance that define our communities, from the smallest villages to the largest cities. And that spirit, Mr. President, is on display across Alaska right now. From our athletes who are representing the United States on the world stage to the fishermen, small businesses, and families who help sustain our communities, Alaskans continue to show what makes our state so special. Whether it's the mushers crossing the Alaska Range, dog teams charging across the interior, or communities all across the state coming out to the trail to welcome racers and visitors from around the world, or what we call the Iditarod Air Force, small or bush pilot planes helping supply these mushers and their dogs, their canine athletes. This is a great event that helps define what the last frontier is all about. One of the clearest places those values come together, as I mentioned, is in our tourism industry, Mr. President, an industry that connects our communities, supports local jobs, and allows visitors to experience Alaska, not just as a destination, but as a place shaped by its people. Which brings me to our Alaskan of the Week. This week's Alaskan of the Week is Olivia Klupar of Skagway, Alaska. She is the founder of Voyage, a technology platform that connects Alaska's small businesses, artists, and tour operators with visitors and consumers from all over the world to browse and discover over 20,000 Alaskan items that they can buy, they can see when they come to Alaska, including fresh seafood, Alaska Native art, apparel and jewelry, and experiences from dog mushing, the Northern Lights, salmon fishing, whale watching, and much, much more. Now, I had the honor of meeting with Olivia in DC just a few weeks ago. She is an entrepreneur, a small business advocate, and a wonderful bridge between Alaska's communities and the global marketplace. The oldest of 5 siblings, Olivia was born in Skagway, a town without a hospital to deliver babies. When she was born, a doctor had to fly in from Haines, Alaska, during a snowstorm. And because Skagway did not have runway lights yet, the people of the town lined up their cars along the airstrip, headlights on, guiding the plane safely to the ground. That's how Olivia was born. That story may sound remarkable, but to many Alaskans, it has a familiar start to a life in the last frontier, one shaped early by community, resilience, and shared responsibility. Olivia grew up immersed in a small family-owned business that welcomed the world to Alaska. Her parents own and operate the historic Skagway Inn, a gold rush era bed and breakfast that now welcomes visitors from around the globe. I had the privilege of staying there before I was a U.S. Senator, and it is a great place. Again, if you're watching on TV or in the gallery, come on up to Alaska, get to Skagway, stay at the historic Skagway Inn. Her family also operates Olivia's Bistro, a scratch kitchen, all homemade food, serving Alaskan seafood, halibut, salmon, wild game. In addition, her parents run the Lynch and Kennedy Gallery in Skagway, which is a respected art gallery showcasing curated Alaska art and locally crafted jewelry from artists all across our great state. From an early age, Olivia learned that tourism is not just about visitors and revenue, it's about creativity and stewardship. As Olivia said, quote, tourism isn't just about people coming to Alaska, it's about how we take care of our communities and share who we are. Like many Alaskans, Olivia left home to see the wider world. She earned a degree at Boston College, moved to New York City, worked at a major law firm before joining Citigroup. She was surrounded by opportunity, but she said something was missing. As Olivia put it, quote, living that cubicle life in the big city made me realize my parents, the small business owners back home, were truly the brave ones. I love that quote. It's a great quote. That realization brought Olivia back to Alaska. Together with her brother Greg, a software developer trained at the University of Alaska Fairbanks, Olivia co-founded Voyage, a technology platform built specifically for Alaska's tourism and small business community. Voyage grew directly from lived experience. Olivia remembers spending an entire summer building a website for her parents' art gallery, only to watch it become outdated as the business evolved. She recognized a challenge shared by countless Alaska entrepreneurs. As Olivia said, quote, small business owners already wear every single hat. They don't have time to be web developers, marketers, and operators all at once. So that's where Voyage came in. Today, Voyage partners with roughly 400 Alaska businesses across more than 65 communities, offering over 20,000 Alaskan-made goods, services, and experiences, connecting visitors and consumers with local operators all across the state and really all across the world. More than 20% of Voyage's platform features Indigenous artists or galleries representing authentic Alaska Native art. Olivia and her team have worked diligently with tribal organizations, including in remote communities, to provide training on photography, pricing, and online sales, helping artists, Alaska artists in very rural communities, reach markets that they might not otherwise access. The importance of Olivia's work became unmistakably clear, Mr. President, during the COVID-19 pandemic, when tourism, cruise tourism, all stopped. We had about 1.5, 1.6 million tourists coming up on cruise ships to Alaska every summer, and when COVID hit, none of them came. It was a very scary time for our small businesses in the tourism industry. When when it stopped, Alaskan communities felt the impact immediately. Businesses that relied on short summer seasons for all their business lost critical revenue. Some, unfortunately, never even reopened. Voyage pivoted quickly. With the platform already built, Olivia and her team worked with cruise lines, the Alaska Small Business Development Center, and the Buy Alaska to help business sell online when ships were no longer coming. Their message was simple: shop now, you can visit later, after the pandemic. Those partnerships continue today. Voyage now works with every major cruise line that visits Alaska, and there's a lot of them, reinforcing a message essential to our state's long-term success. When visitors come to Alaska, they should support Alaska's local businesses. Mr. President, Olivia's work reflects a clear understanding of what makes Alaska's economy strong. When I met with her a few weeks ago, we discussed the issues that go beyond tourism, issues that matter to the local economy, issues that matter to the future of our state. That includes the Artists Act, which was my legislation that I'm proud to have gotten through the Senate at the end of last year, so I appreciate all my colleagues voting for that. This legislation passed the Senate unanimously and clarifies protections for Alaska Natives artists who craft walrus ivory. We still do that in Alaska, and it's legal. Some states didn't recognize that, so our Artist Act makes sure the whole country recognizes you can buy beautiful Alaska Native ivory from walrus. Alaska's economy and identity grow in our communities and families and small businesses in the preservation and celebration of culture and tradition, including through art and through the creativity and innovations of Alaskans themselves. And that is the essence of the work Olivia does. So Olivia, thank you for your great work, for showcasing and supporting Alaska's economy, for helping other Alaskan businesses and artists reach the entire world, for your creativity and dedication in helping our great state. I want to thank you again for all you're doing, and of course, congratulate you on this very prestigious award, being our Alaskan of the Week. I yield the floor. I'll do it. Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate resume legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein up for 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of Senate Res 642, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
SRES 642, celebrating the 175th anniversary of the Young Men's Christian Association.
Is there an objection to proceeding to the measure? Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday, March 16th, that following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, morning business be closed, and the Senate proceed to executive session and to resume consideration of executive calendar number 673. Finally, that the cloture motion with respect to the St. John nomination ripen at 5:30 p.m.
Without objection.
There is no further business to come before the Senate. I ask that the Senate stand adjourned under the previous order.
Senate stands adjourned until 3 p.m. on Monday.